Well, welcome to Manchester. Welcome to the British National Track Championships. We've got 3 more days of competitive racing, a whole hatful of medals to give out, titles to be won. It is day 2 of the British National Track Championships with Lloyds and British Cycling from the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. My name's Ned Bolting, and I'm delighted to be your guide through the next days of racing in the company of Alice Wood, formerly Alice Barnes, of course, a multiple national champion on the road. And Alice, you were telling me just before we started our broadcast, much to my surprise, that one of these titles, a British National Track Championship, in your career eluded you, although you did once win a silver medal.
Yeah, a couple of silver medals for me on the track, but no national title. But delighted to be here, back at the velodrome and commentating on the racing when we start off with the Parasprint qualifying. Absolutely,
we've got a range of paracycling coming up. We've got women's and men's elite endurance events and sprint events, all the regular fare of a major track meeting, and all these national championship titles to be won. And one of the real, I think, intrigues of watching the British National Track Championships is some of these riders who we're going to be seeing in action today, this afternoon, this evening, and into the weekend, Alice, are going to be featuring for major medals this year and in the years to come. The Commonwealth Games, of course, later on this year, but at the Olympic Games in 2028. We're going to see some rising stars here.
Yeah, some big names here on the start list, some very successful riders in recent weeks as well from the European Championships, so some good form coming into national championships.
Right, straight into the action then, and the first event of this afternoon is the Women's Para B Sprint qualifying. Just 4 teams have taken part, so in this qualifying round, all 4 teams will effectively race again. What is at stake is simply the order of riders and who will face who in the medal runoffs later on this afternoon.
Yeah, flying 200 metres at the moment. We can see the riders just building up to start that, and it will be halfway through the first banking with, once we've heard the bell, where they will set their qualifying time, and it will be seeding for the races that they have later today. So just seeing who is fastest, and it will then be fastest against slowest heading into the next round.
Well, the pairing you're looking at from the Beeston Cycling Club are Selvi Krishna. She's piloted by Eva Hawke. Their best time over 200 metres of flying 200 metres is 14.35. Probably on ranking against the quality of opponents still to come in Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hole, of course, very, very decorated pairing. This pair from the Beeston Cycling Club, probably second favourites. The other 2 pairings who we'll see in action, Ella Bryant, Georgina Oakley and Georgina Bullen and Miriam Jessett, are new pairings, so a bit of an unknown quantity.
Yeah, definitely, and I don't know if you've ever ridden a tandem, but it's something that's so difficult to get right, especially riding at these speeds. So it does take a while to get used to, and to be able to set the fastest time on a track like this definitely takes a lot of practice to be in a pairing.
So the bell goes, and they're about to start the clock racing for their 200 metres qualifier. And the clock stops in 12.813. If that's confirmed, I think that's their personal best time by over a second, an average of 56 kilometres an hour. Should be happy with that. And they'll be wanting, I think, and expecting, if this goes to form, Alice, to be riding later for the gold medal against Unwin and Hole. That would be the expectation, but we'll have to see what this next pairing produces. It's Georgina Bullen, piloted by Miriam Jessett, next up on the track. What's your experience of tandem racing, if any?
No experience of tandem racing, just riding a tandem for fun, but like I say, it's a very difficult thing to do, and to be in sync with the rider behind you, and to be able to get the most out of both riders at the same time. Of course, with the chains connected, you have to definitely have that technique nailed, and like we've just seen from the previous pairing, setting a big PB here at the Nationals is something they'll definitely aim for, and you can't expect more from yourselves than that.
We did actually see Bryant and Oakley finish, but they've already posted their time of 13.57. Krishna and Hawke, who we just saw on the track, the fastest so far with 2 pairings still to go, 12.813. So we're already halfway through this 4-team qualifying contest. Yeah, my own experience of riding a tandem was when I went to commentate on a race in Turkey a few years ago, and for some reason my co-commentator and I, the day before the race, decided to go on a cycling tour around the city on a tandem, and that was David Miller. And sitting on the back of a tandem being piloted by David Miller was one of the most terrifying things I've ever done in my life. I'm not going to repeat it. As we watch Bullen and Jessie round towards the home straight now. 12.813 to beat to take their place in the gold medal match, and they get there, 11.748. So whatever happens now, Georgina Bullen, piloted by Miriam Jessett, will be riding later for a gold medal.
Yeah, definitely, and they will have a couple more rides today, and for them now it's to warm down from this effort and to recover and just get their timings right for the next rounds that they have to come. But job done for them so far in qualifying.
Say that, of course, slightly misleadingly. This is to take a place in the semi-finals. So now we come to Sophie Unwin, 31 years of age, and Jenny Hall. These two gold medals and 2 silver medals at the Paris Olympics, involved in a little bit of controversy a few years ago at the Commonwealth Games when they placed in bronze medal position, but because there were too few teams in that competition, they were actually denied their bronze medal, because if there are, I think, fewer than 5 teams or 4 teams, they don't actually allocate a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games. And I do remember being at the Lee Valley Velodrome in London, and they actually, during the medal ceremony, protested their lack of a bronze medal and walked down and stood behind the podium as the gold and silver medals were being handed out, and I think they were sanctioned for that protest. But they'll be hoping for the gold medal here in Manchester to take another national title. Sophie Unwin, 31 years of age, and Jenny Hall, her pilot, 26 years. These two are very, very experienced riding together.
Very experienced. They've got multiple Olympic and world medals and jerseys to their name, and we can see how smooth they are looking on the bike and knowing that they're driving all the way to the line, and really aero doing it as well, managing to tuck in nicely.
That's a good time, just outside their personal best, 11.285. They're the fastest by around about half a second faster than Bullen and Jessett. So that completes the qualifying round for the women's Para B, for visually impaired riders being piloted by the pilot rider. And Unwin and Hull pushed pretty close there, but going to form this pairing, then posting the best time by around about half a second.
It is, and qualifying is one thing, but of course there's so many more tactics that do happen when we get into the match sprints as well. So definitely needing to stay focused and keep an eye on the pairs that they will be against to make sure that they tactically get that correct and get the best out of themselves to make it into the final later.
I think the point you made about the difficulties of tandem racing, it looks straightforward, but it's anything but, isn't it? The amount of power going through that chain and in sync with that pedal stroke, there's a lot of tensions and a lot of physics involved, and the more you can smooth out the rough spots there, the more delivery of power you can put through that machine. But it takes a lot of practice, doesn't it?
Definitely, and you can tell the riders who have spent more time on a tandem together, and they just look so much smoother, and that's what we say there. It takes a lot of practice. And Jenny Hall, the pilot there, also racing in the women's endurance events, picking herself up a medal yesterday in the scratch race. So a lot of racing on for her in the next couple of days.
Right, straight on then with the men's sprint qualifying. This is the round of 16. We've got 12 heats. And the winner of each heat will qualify through to a place in the round of 8. First up, it's Oliver Pettifer, 19 years of age, from Team Inspired. He's the rider at the bottom there on the blue line, and he's up against the Yorkshireman Adam Garside, formerly of Ilkley Cycling Club, who rides for Black 9 these days. Pettifer, a former under-23 European champion, the younger of the two riders. And in this round, Alice, it's sudden death, isn't it? There's not 3 matches. There's, you're either in or you're out.
Yeah, definitely. Really important to be on it straight away in these match sprints, and we can see the speed really building up and the tactics come into play, getting the height on the track and trying to get the jump on the rider in front.
Pettifer just shutting the door then on Garside, who's trying to use the banking to drop down now. Pettifer's got the gap. Can he shut it down, Garside, get into that slipstream and come around him? That line is coming up too fast. One charge for the line, but Pettifer's got that beautifully under control. A very, very convincing controlled performance from Pettifer. And that one probably went to form as well. Looked firmly in control of that, didn't he?
He did, and it's the top 4 riders from the qualifying that we saw, the 200-metre qualifying. So the same as what we've just seen the tandem riders do, the sprinters did yesterday for the qualifying of these rounds, and he was the fastest qualifier to not go straight through to the next round. So yeah, it would be expected from him that he was the fastest sprinter in that match.
Got a real contrast here. Next up on the track, Peter Mitchell, 36 years of age, one of the real veterans of the scene. Fascinating career behind him. He's running for Blackline, the bearded figure there. And he's up against the youngster from Suffolk, from Ipswich, that's Noah Woodhouse, riding for the BCC race team, whose real love, his real talent and his discipline, his best results come in speedway racing, speedway cycle racing in the National League. That's his real discipline. But clearly there are skills which equally well apply to match sprinting here. But yeah, Peter Mitchell, for well over a decade, raced in paracycling with great success, piloting the legendary Aberdeen paracyclist Neil Facky. Those two were a pair for many, many years, I think almost a decade in fact. But he's returned to riding in match sprinting, but at 36 years of age, that is some dedication for the sport. He's got a lot of years in those legs.
Yeah, definitely, and he does a lot of work with coaching sprint riders and riders on the track as well, so does a lot to give back to the sport, like you said.
Well, Mitchell has almost coaxed Woodhouse onto the front, but he's got a fight on his hands now to get onto the wheel of the youngster from Ipswich. Take the bell, one more lap, and he almost gets onto the slipstream there, Mitchell, and he's there. And now Woodhouse has been on the front for over a lap, and he's got a problem here because Mitchell, with that just injection of power, gets the race won. Woodhouse gives up, and in the home straight, Mitchell made that look very straightforward. And you mentioned his coaching prowess and his tactical finessing with young riders. We saw a lot of very cool thinking there, didn't we? Didn't panic, and he played Woodhouse.
Definitely used that slipstream, and Woodhouse didn't really get too much height or speed when he did go round, and he was able to just get in the wheel of him there, and once he came over the top in the last banking, he knows then that there's no reaction that's going to come from behind and can just roll into the line.
We're going to see a lot of this jersey, the silver and black shorts there, belonging to the Glasgow Track Racing Club, the GTRC as it says on their sleeves. Up against the red of SES Racing, that's Charlie Watson, powerfully built, and he's up against Anthony Young, the Scottish rider. Haven't seen yet of the opening 2 rounds a really cagey race. Maybe this one will be a little bit more tactically finessed. It is indeed. They get off to a much slower start, a little bit more cat and mouse here. This is what the crowd love to see, I think. Are we going to see one of these riders take it up to the top of the banking? On the back straight. Both riders just matching each other. Young just half a wheel ahead, but conscious of what Watson has got planned as Watson goes up on the banking again and swings down. Just toying with Young, who's having to look round, wary of whether or not he's going to come with a rush. Using the height now, dropping down, trying to take that inside line onto the wheel of Young. Young's done all the work on the front. Watson's going to have to go the long way round here. Young investing in this moment on the track as he Heads for the back straight. I think he's got the beating of Watson, and he has. So, well played for Anthony Young. Not dissimilar to the way Oliver Pettifer in the opening rounds got to the front and just took the tactical initiative there and controlled what was going on in that encounter.
Yeah, Watson wanting to try and come round, but put himself in the wind before he was able to make any inroads on that gap. So just slightly being distanced there as well, but a very well-ridden race there from Anthony Young.
Well, in terms of the qualifying times, yesterday in the 200 metres flying lap, it's gone to form so far. And in the blue of Team Inspired, the next representative from the Team Inspired is the Scotsman from the village of Fairley in North Ayrshire. It's Lyle Craig, 24 years of age now. He's up against David Heald, who is a real veteran. Again, a little bit like Peter Mitchell, splits his time between racing and coaching. He's in fact a gold medalist, a world champion a couple of years ago in the Masters. David Heald from the VC San Rafael club. Lionel Craig was at one point the fastest amateur in the history of track cycling before joining Team Inspired. Very cagey start to proceedings. Heald with all that experience of racing. Craig, though, with the form on his side, faster than his opponent in qualifying. Should be the favourite here. So the pace just going up now. Turning those big gears now with a little bit more ease. Heald's looking, he's always probing, trying to find his opportunity, just looking for a little bit of weakness in positioning from Craig, but not finding it at the moment. Almost in the slipstream of Craig, shuts the gap there. You can see how hard he's having to work just to get onto the wheel, whereas Craig, much more fluent, is in control of that effort, and you sense there's a lot more to come from Craig, but he did enough there to hold off the veteran David Heald.
And we can see that these races are getting closer and closer as the times from qualifying become closer as well. But an interesting race there in the first lap or so. It wasn't as tactical with riders using the track as much, but in the end they're really comfortable on the line for Lyle Craig.
So far, through to fight another round, Oliver Pettifer, Peter Mitchell, Anthony Young, and we've just seen the young Scot, 24-year-old Lyle Craig, go through. And again, another dark blue skin suit appears on the start line, being worn this time by Hayden Norris. 2024 national champion in both the Keirin and the team sprint. Looking to try and get a bit closer in the individual sprint this year, and he's up against another Scottish rider, Isaac Small, from Deeside, former national champion in the mountain biking discipline. 25 years of age, Isaac Small. Almost feels like we're seeing the same race over and over again at the moment. Very similar tactics. No one's tried anything really expansive or tried to go really long yet. But as you say, those the gaps in qualifying times are narrowing.
And these riders don't know each other as well as maybe what we may see later in the day, where some of the riders we will see in the sprints will know each other and train and race with each other day in, day out. But at the moment, tactics are really hard to decide when you don't know your opponent as well.
Wach Small is right in the slipstream of Norris. Now, has he got the power to come off that wheel and actually get round Norris? Norris feels him there, breathing down his right shoulder, but again, just feels like he's got a little bit left in the locker. He's doing enough, Norris, just to get the job done with the minimum amount of fuss. It was close, but a little bit deceptive as well, because you felt that Norris had a bit more to give if he'd needed to.
Yeah, and it is always a tricky one in the sprint. It's a long day for these riders with plenty of different rides and needing to stay as fresh as possible, so only wanting to do just enough to win, but sometimes you can't really judge that wrong, and we've seen it in the past where riders think that they've got the gap and they let up, and the rider chasing behind just keeps going and can pip them on the line. So Hayden Norris there just doing enough and keeping his eye on Isaac Small to make sure that he can just get him on the line.
Okay, two super talented, very young riders here. Archie Gill riding for Team Inspired in the dark blue. On the top of the track there is the reigning junior world and European team sprint and world team sprint champion at the junior level, and then the individual sprint he's the reigning European champion, and he's up against a really interesting rider, 17 years of age, from Sutton Coldfield, Christian Larigo, who's switched discipline to the track from a very promising BMX career. He's now the junior world's champion, along with a couple of teammates who we're going to see in the pairing still to come in this qualifying round of 16. I was reading an interview with him, Larigo, when he said he very nearly didn't bother with the track because he couldn't bear the idea of wearing skin-tight lycra, because coming from the world of BMX, he's very used to wearing sort of baggy clothing, and that was very much his vibe. Didn't like the idea of pulling on a skin suit at all, and it nearly stopped him from getting involved in this sport. But he's clearly talented. Gill dropping a long way off there. Larigo wary though. And Gill finding that inside line, and with a little burst, getting clear, and he's beaten Larigo comfortably there. Classy performance from Archie Gill. Dropped a long way off, but when he came with a rush, he made it tell. Just, Alice, I don't know what you feel, possibly signs of a little bit of inexperience there from Larigo.
Yeah, definitely. He left the door open there for Archie Gill just to nip underneath, and once he's down in that sprint line, there's no way you can take that back, and he knew at that point that he had messed up and he'd let that get away from him. So yeah, unfortunately for Larigo, just tactically not on the ball there.
Sudden death, as we were saying. No second and third bites at the cherry. There will be in the coming rounds, though, where they'll be raced over 3 matches. But in this particular round of qualifying, the round of 16, if you lose, you're out. A lot of these riders will go again in the team sprint, of course, and in the keirin. So it's not their only chance of medal success here in Manchester over the days to come. As the next pair make their way to the start, just trying to get confirmation of who we're seeing racing. It's Harry Radford and Lewis Fletcher, by all accounts. From Team Inspired, that's Harry Radford, and the BCC team is Lewis Fletcher. The 7th of the heats. So Radford locked onto the wheel of Fletcher as they go up to the top of this. This is what the crowd love to see, actually. It's the ebb and flow of the sprint pairings up and down the track, using that banking. We haven't seen too much of that to any great effect so far. That's a big dig from Fletcher there, trying to get the race won, but long way out. He's put his nose in the wind a long way out, and that smooth pedal stroke from his opponent Harry Radford shuts the gap as they take the belt. He's into that slipstream, just getting a little bit of a breather on the wheel, and now tries to make his move on the red line. Outside, comes past him, head drops there from Fletcher, and Radford made that look very straightforward.
He did, and there was no element of surprise there from Lewis Fletcher, so wasn't able to get the jump on Radford, and Radford knew that he would just be able to get in the slipstream, sit on the wheel, and left it even a little bit longer, knowing that he would be able to get the jump up and around the outside of Fletcher, but not as tactically exciting as some of the other races. And yeah, I think we could see that with the result on the line, that there was a lot more that needs to be done there tactics wise.
So 7 heats down, 5 more still to go, 12 heats. And once again, the Glasgow Track Racing Club have got representation with Lucius Arthur. He's up against, from ESV Manchester, Charlie Holt.
Johnny Mitchell there holding up Arthur as well, and he is an ex-racer himself, sprinter, but also does a lot of work with the Belgium cycling team for the track sprint, so definitely a lot of knowledge there helping these riders from Glasgow.
Arthur is the 2022 Scottish champion in the team sprint. Big square, broad shoulders on the Scotsman. These riders so muscular. A lot of the work that they do throughout the season and throughout their working and training weeks is actually not so much on the track, which is quite limited the amount of time they actually spend on the track. It's in the gym, isn't it? That's where a lot of their preparation and their training takes place.
Definitely, they'll be in the gym 3 or 4 times a week, lifting very heavy, and like you say, not as much time on the track for a lot of the riders. Of course, the Great Britain cycling team do have a lot of time also spent on the track, having those double days here at the velodrome, but like you say, a lot of it doing their heavy lifting in the gym, and you can see that a lot from the builds of many of these riders.
They're weightlifters basically, but they use their legs. That said, tactics is a huge part of it, and we've seen that on a few occasions already in qualifying. You misread a race or misread your opponent, you can be as strong as you like, but if a rider gets the jump on you, regardless of how strong you are, sometimes the tactics can determine the result. Holt appears to be in control of this. A twitchy position on the bike though, and that opens the door for the Scotsman Arthur to try and come round him on the outside. This one's going to be close. Arthur just boxed out though by Holt, but Holt had to bury himself there to get over the line, and that was close. 50 metres more, and the outcome might have been different.
Yeah, Arthur just twitching there in the last banking, taking too much height and kind of losing the rush that he would carry into that final straight towards the line, and we can see getting closer and closer, lunging for the line, but it was half a bike length in the end. So Charlie Holt goes through to the next round.
Lucius Arthur of the Glasgow team has to go home. Next up, we've got one of the Wells Racing Academy, Stephen Lloyd, who's a gold medalist from the Paris Paralympic Games, a para-pilot, riding the tandem B kilo with his co-rider Alex Pope. So gold medalist from Paris, and he's up against Edward Baker in that blue kit of the University of Bath. Paralympic discipline. Stephen Lloyd's very, very experienced as a pilot. 3-time world champion as well with Alex Pope. University of Bath, of course, with excellent facilities in cycling and a real pedigree in that in this sport. Produced some good riders down the years. It's also a very nice place to live, I would imagine, Bath, if you can afford it. So Wales with good representation here across the board, as you'd expect at the British National Championships. Stephen Lloyd riding the individual sprints for a change. The para-pilot, totally different game, of course, as he keeps Edward Baker out and should have enough under the hood now to see this one to the finish line. That was just done on strength there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Tactics as well. Stefan Lloyd there. We could see he was keeping Baker above the red line, really forcing him to go further around the outside. And it's not until the 200-metre mark after the 200-metre mark, when you enter that sprinter line to go down below the red, you cannot come back out of it again. But until you go into it, you can stay as high up above it as you want, keeping the other rider as much further away, so they have to go further around the outside. So tactically using the track there, but yeah, a lot of strength there and pure strength. But we can see these heats are definitely getting closer, and we can tell that's from the qualifying times. We're getting closer and closer with each rider and heat coming.
3 more pairings still to come. Next up down the bottom is Niall Monks, again from the Glasgow Track Racing Club. When he's not racing, he works as a bike mechanic and a barman, I believe, to make ends meet. But in his own right on the track, he's a 2025 Scottish National Kilo champion. And also won team sprint gold here in the British National Championships, remarkably enough, with a fractured elbow. I think it was last year, having crashed in one of the earlier rounds. He's up against Jonah Jenkins, a youngster from Wales, who's had some solid podium finishes in the recently finished National Track Series. A couple of 3rd places, I think, and a 2nd place. This is a tough one to call.
Yeah, getting much closer, like we've said. These riders, we've got one rider training up in Glasgow and one down in Wales and Newport, 2 of the other tracks that we have in the UK. And tactically they will be getting a lot of help from the riders that they're training around as well. So we can see this getting a lot closer and hard to call, and just darting down there to make sure they can't get up the inside of him like we've seen previously. Yeah,
proper little scrap for the racing line there, and it went the way of the young Welshman. Now he's got to make it pay. Monks forced to go the long way rounds. And, well, that was the moment the race was won, wasn't it? When Niall Monks just flashed down onto the racing line, shut the door on Jenkins, shut the door on Monks, and that was, for me, the decisive moment there.
Definitely, and it's so hard to do doing these sprint races, looking around all the time, making sure you know where your opponent is. And if they've already darted down, it's having the confidence that you're going to get there before they do, because of course if you do impede them and they're already in that sprinter's line, then that will be a disqualification.
Monks with good finishing speed there, but he'd already done all those extra metres by being forced wide. He's finishing fast. But on the other hand, Jonah Jenkins knew where he was. Now we've got a all-Welsh clash here between Ian Hepburn and Harvey McNaughton, I should say. Both representing the Wales Racing Academy, which for a number of years now has been stewarded by the former racer, Rob Partridge. He's done a really good job producing and nurturing Welsh talent over the last few years.
0.1 of a second between these 2 riders in qualifying yesterday, so just showing how close they are in the speed. That's all about speed, and now is also about tactics. So we can see these riders are going to know how each other race. We're going to know what the other prefers, so just keeping their eye on each other at the moment, and a cagier start here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They will know everything about each other, won't they? Training together, riding on the same track. But that doesn't make it tactically simpler. In some ways it makes it more complicated, because they'll be trying to second guess and bluff each other. Makes it more interesting potentially for the neutral viewer in the stands. Decent little crowd here this afternoon, filling up. It'll be more this afternoon, this evening and into the weekend. There's Hepburn on the front, McNaughton trying to come round to the long way round. This is very close, just as close as you'd hope it would be. Slight hesitation there from McNaughton, not quite knowing what to do, drops back down again. and almost gets onto the wheel, but I don't think he's going to be able to get round Hepburn here, is he? No. Hepburn in control of that one. Read his opponent well, but it was close.
It was close, and I think those tactics did slightly go out the window. Like you said, it makes it a little bit more difficult when you know each other so well. The sprint opened up very early, and no one really getting any height on the track there. With going into the bell, they'd already been kind of started their sprint. So, yeah, a really tough sprint there for these two riders. But, yeah, not so close on the line there as what maybe we thought it could be.
So 11 of the 12 heats are done. Next up, we will have the women's individual pursuit qualifying over 4 kilometres, so from sprint to endurance, and from men's racing to women's racing. We've had a bit of everything already. But let's sit back and enjoy this last clash between Will Munday of the Star Track Cycling team up against the dark blue figure of Ed Lowe from Team Inspired. So dark blue, they're both dark blue, aren't they? Lowe is at the back, and it's Munday, 98 on his back, who's leading the way and keeping an eye on Lowe. Lowe just dropping off a bit now, allowing a 3-4 bike length gap just to open up. And Munday takes them a little bit higher on the track. And again, Lowe just happy to sit 3 or 4 bike lengths back. Drops down, just shadowing Munday. Trying to force him into making a decision, to commit where perhaps he would be advised not to. And sees a little opening there, takes the racing line and the bell. Smart move from Lowe there. Gets the racing line. Now though, Munday is onto his wheel and coming round a long way round, but making a good charge here. Getting that wheel in front, so it's going to be very close. Munday takes it on the line, and that's pretty much the first time that we have seen any of these pairings, actually the rider on the outside line, take the win. That was a very impressive performance from Munday, who was tactically and positionally a little bit on the back foot there.
Yeah, definitely, and I think he could have got his, a bit disappointed when he let Ed Lowe come underneath just with over a lap to go, but regained himself and just went for that charge behind, got over the top and was just on the hip in that last banking, but was able to use the length of that straight and the rush off the banking to just get round Ed Lowe on the line. And I think that was a really strong and one of the closer sprints that we did see.
So from the hurly-burly of match sprinting to the refined purity and elegance of the individual pursuit, that's what we've got next. The women's individual pursuit qualifying. Got 9 pairings of riders, so 18 riders. But the stakes are high because only the 4 fastest riders will progress in this qualification, and the next time they will race, the 3rd and 4th fastest will be racing for bronze, and the first 2 will be riding for a gold and silver medal. There's a good crowd in for a Friday afternoon here in Manchester. The opening televised day of racing, but Alice, they were racing here yesterday as well, weren't they?
Yes, racing happening yesterday for all categories. So like we said, the qualifying for the sprint that we've just seen, that did happen yesterday afternoon, just the one ride for the sprinters. We also saw the men's individual pursuit, the women's scratch race, and some of the paracycling events as well, with the elimination and the team sprint as well.
As I say then, women's individual pursuit qualifying to come. We'll have a couple of minutes interlude, but pretty much straight after that, the men's sprinters are back on the track. Won't be long before they are in their round of 8 action. Where does the national championships on the track sit in these riders' minds? For some, it'll be a major target, really, and or a big achievement to take home a medal. For others, the more senior riders, it's almost a stepping stone along the way to bigger targets that they've got, you know, later on in the year, World Championships, etc., or indeed the Olympic Games in a few years. But each of these little achievements matter, don't they, in the scheme of planning out a season and ticking off the objectives.
Yeah, definitely. Wearing the national jersey is something that's always special for any rider on the track. It's not something you do get to wear as much. We will see European Championship jerseys, World Championships jerseys ridden here, but there's a lot of different seedings that happens with Worlds, Olympics, European Championship jerseys. You can't wear the national jersey in any of those races. But I think for a lot of riders, those specifically that don't go to any of those major championships, this is a big opportunity for them.
And a hush descends, the music fades down, and we look at the first pursuit between Danielle Watkinson in the white and the far side of the track, Kayla Dinnin, her opponent. 4 kilometres then. Fighting that big gear to get up to speed. As soon as they're on top of the gear, then dropping down into aero position. And it is in many ways the purest of all the events on the track.
It is, and tactically it's another one where pacing is so important, and the gears are getting bigger and bigger these days, so making sure
that one looks huge, didn't it?
Making sure you select the right gear for you and you can get on top of that gear. Not as quickly as possible, it still needs to be very controlled. You can't be doing an all-out effort from the start, but you need to get on top of the gear to be able to continue to build on that going into the 2nd kilo and then the 3rd and 4th, not fatiguing yourself in the first couple of kilometres to be able to hold those lap splits.
So Watkinson going off a little bit faster than Dinnin at the moment. Slight advantage. And a growing advantage up to over a second already between Watkinson and Dinnin. Remember, they're not really racing each other, they're racing the clock. The 4 fastest qualifiers will go on to take their place in medal races. Danielle Watkinson doing a good ride here. Clearly the faster of the two. Alice is a former time trial champion on the road. How come you never won an individual pursuit on the track? Surely the two are pretty similar, aren't they? Or are they very different skills?
For me, I just needed a lot longer to build up to it. So for the women, this is only the 2nd year that it has been 4 kilometres. Before that, it's only been 3 kilometres. So now, being 4 kilometres in line with what the men's event is, it's where riders are still getting more and more used to this distance. Having not had that many opportunities as well to ride this length of race. And again, they're going into this race with their seeding time, which is how we've seen them go against each other. But riders will also hope that they do get a catch in this kind of scenario and be able to really use the aerodynamic advantage of the pacing to have someone else in front of you.
Well, approaching the halfway point in this 4 kilometre time trial, and Danielle Watkinson is still the clear leader. It's not a growing advantage though, and just signs that Dinnin is beginning to stem those losses in terms of the time. Maybe even close the gap a little, but Watkinson's still very much in charge. Seven laps to go now at this point for Watkinson, over the halfway point. In terms of it takes all sorts of different physiques, surprisingly so sometimes, but in terms of what you expect from pursuiters, Watkinson looks like a pursuiter, doesn't he? Her position on the bike, the physical shape of her on the bike seems much more suited to pursuiting perhaps than Kayla Dinnin.
Yeah, it looks like her position is really good, and it looks like she's holding it quite well. We can just see her starting to look up there, so maybe starting to tire and just looking for the clock. We do have these riders, they do each have someone walking the line, giving them their splits to tell them how they're doing compared to their pacing strategy, but just now starting to tire towards the end of this pursuit, where we can see her starting to lift her head slightly, but position overall looking pretty dialed.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more lateral motion now creeping into her position on the bike, but still very much in control of this with a couple of seconds advantage over Kayla Dinnan. 3 laps to go now for Watkinson. And Dinnan, I think, is tiring equally, beginning to lose quite a lot of time now, Dinnan. Watkinson coming with a charge now. 2 laps to go for Watkinson. 3,500, it's a 250-metre track here in Manchester. And then we'll know what time everybody else has to beat if they want to progress in this competition. Remember, the 4 fastest times go through. Watkinson takes the bell. Shortly after that, a couple of seconds later, Dinnan took the bell. And she completes her 4-kilometre pursuit in 5 minutes 5.87. So it remains to be seen how well that time stacks up against the next 8 pairings in this individual pursuit qualifier. A couple of riders on the start list, actually, who represent the UAE development team on the road. And we're going to see one of them in action, Ailey Shaw. In the next pairing, she's up against Victoria Smith. We're looking at Smith there, that's her. Waiting to... Yeah, that's the kit of the UAE development team there, being worn by Ailey Shaw, just sitting there while the final adjustments are made to her machine. Start gate. Sound like much, does it? 4 kilometres, but it's a brutal discipline, this. There's absolutely no hiding space, is there?
Yeah, no hiding at all, especially when you're starting to feel your legs go and you're really starting to feel it, and you can feel your pace dropping off, but still needing to complete that 4 kilometres. The laps counting down so slowly for you. It is a brutal discipline, and that's why the pacing is so important, to make sure you tailor it to yourself.
So Smith against Shaw, second of the pairings. 5 minutes, 5 seconds, 0.87, the best time set by Danielle Watkinson so far. Shaw powerfully built. Turning a big gear, perhaps a slightly smaller gear here from Ailey Shaw. What is the status of the UAE development squad in terms of the women's peloton on the roads? Are they a team on the up and up, the UAE team, but not quite in the same dominant way that the men's team seems to win absolutely everything on the road?
Yeah, I think the women's peloton is a lot more even. There's riders and teams winning a lot more spread out compared to just one dominant team. Obviously, we have a lot more development teams that are coming in now, which is really good to see, and we can see there's a few riders that we do have here, younger riders and juniors last year, who have just stepped into those development teams now, and they're really important for our sport to give that stepping stone. We've sometimes seen riders have been jumping up, and they've been dominating already from juniors, the likes of Kat Ferguson. But we also see riders who have done that step up into a World Tour team and struggled with it. So I think having the development team as more of a guidance and to really help these riders just gradually learn the ropes of the women's peloton, the distances, which is a huge difference from a junior. So yeah, really important. But a lot of changes have happened in the World Tour teams as well, and in the women's peloton with riders moving around. So it's going to be interesting when the season does get underway more in Europe. But yeah, UAE are a very strong team in the women's peloton.
Well, Ellie Shaw here is flying, isn't she? This is a mismatch on the track at the moment. There is a clear and significant difference between Ellie Shaw and Victoria Smith. And the catch is pretty imminent, actually, but Shaw will then, of course, ride on. If this was just a match pursuit, that would be the end of the contest, but they are all about setting times. And Ellie Shaw is going about her work very, very convincingly here.
She is. She needs to make sure that she doesn't get lured into seeing Victoria Smith ahead of her and really digging in to catch her. She needs to stick to her own schedule.
Almost ignore the fact that Smith is on the track ahead of her.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of also use that advantage that she will be getting, that aero advantage, being behind her. So actually, of course, getting around her maybe what she thinks is the quickest thing to do, and also timing it as well. To do the overtake in the straight is going to be a lot more beneficial to doing it in the banking, where you have to go a longer way around and you don't get as much of a slingshot either.
At what point will Shaw start to feel the draft advantage now? Around about now, will she begin to just feel the effects of it? I mean, it's still a significant gap of 7 or 8 bike lengths, but it'll start now, won't it? She'll just feel herself drawn into that wind shadow a bit.
She'll feel it now. She would have been getting the advantage for a lot longer than what she could actually feel the advantage for. But yeah, like you say, feeling it a lot earlier, and hopefully now can just get around her quite quickly and drop down again and settle back into her rhythm. But like we've seen, she's just being held there on the hip for a little bit longer than what is ideal.
Ellie Shaw really had a breakthrough year a couple of years ago in 2024, when she became the first woman to win both the National Road Series and the National Circuit Series on the road. So road is clearly, I think, where her future lies, as befits a rider who's been signed to the development team of UAE. Clearly a talented rider now. Through 3,000 metres, so 1 kilometre remaining. That time of 5 minutes and 5 seconds, 0.87, is going to be threatened here from Danielle Watkinson. Shaw is flying.
You can see her starting to tie up a little bit now, starting to shuffle on the saddle, having to scooch herself back a little bit here and there, and she isn't actually taking out as much of an advantage as what we were seeing her gain on Victoria Smith. Of course, Smith now in the slipstream, she can also see Edith Shaw in front of her, so just trying to stay with her. Of course, she can't overtake her again now, that's not allowed in this sport, but just 1 lap to go now for Edith Shaw. Yeah,
but you're absolutely right, Alice, it's very telling, isn't it? That gap has not developed, and if anything, as you say, Smith is shutting the gap down. She has to remain behind Ellie Shaw, but that's a clear indication that Shaw just hit out perhaps a little bit hard and got her strategy maybe a little bit wrong, but that's a good time, 4:51.96. She has gone 14 seconds faster than Danielle Watkinson, and we have a new best time. That hurt, didn't it? You can see her gasping for air there. I think that last kilometre really started to tell for sure there.
Yeah, I mean, all IPs hurt for everyone. It's a pretty much max effort. But like we said before, if you start to lose speed and the gear starts to get on top of you a little bit, it can become really difficult, especially when those times are dropping off and it becomes a bit like riding in treacle. So just having to really push onto the line there in those last kilo.
Yet to take a British National Championship, a former Scottish National Road Champion and Circuit Race Champion. as we look at one of her teammates there from the UAE development team. That is Abigail Miller. She'll be up, not next, but after the next individual pursuit. Final adjustments being made to the machines of these riders. As you say, gear selection will be a discussion that will have been ongoing. So now it's Lucy Driver up against Arabella Blackburn. Lucy representing the Bridgewater Cycling Club from Somerset. Blackburn with the Hansling Alba Development Road. That's Driver in that those rather fine colours of the Bridgewater Cycling Club kit. Hansling Alba are one of the bigger domestic teams. She looks good on the bike, doesn't she, Blackburn?
She does. A rider, very young, just 18 years old, but looking like she's very dialed in the position, and we know how much more aero work is done for riders these days on the track. It's so important, and Blackburn going out very well here at the start of this IP, and can almost see Lucy Driver in her sights already, and just needing to settle into this, not getting too carried away. Like we've said, it is a 4-kilometre IP, so a long way to go in this race, and just needing to settle into her schedule.
She's motoring, isn't she? You do wonder, you worry a little bit whether she is hitting out a bit hard here, because as you say, she's shutting the gap down rapidly to Driver, and Driver looks actually much more constant and steady on the bike. She's losing seconds on the track as Blackburn comes charging round the banking and into the home straight in pursuit of Driver. She's got a really good aero position. Her head is very, very low to her hands, and those powerful legs are driving her on. But she did seem to be going hell for leather out of the in terms of the opening 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, she's got a great position. The thing that she needs to do now is to be able to hold that position when she becomes more and more fatigued, which can become really difficult, and especially if you've got that lactic acid and you start to even feel it in your arms and your shoulders, which is coming up for the catch very early. Lucy Driver looking very smooth, but obviously not as quick at the moment as Arabella Blackburn. She has taken that overtake already.
Now can she get this gap and develop it and grow it and hold that speed that she's got on the track, which has been very impressive for the opening half of this time trial. The time to beat, let's not forget, 4:51.96, set not so long ago on the track by Ellie Shaw. She's an interesting rider to watch on the track, because on the one hand her position is extremely aerodynamic, but on the other hand there's a lot going on, isn't there, with her pedal stroke. You compare her to Driver, who's clearly not as fast, but she's rock solid on the bike. She's got a wonderful position. She's holding it very, very steady, whereas Blackburn increasingly is all over the place, but she's fast. Yeah,
not staying on the pursuiter's line, which is that black line, too well, going, like you say, all over the track, but clearly a much faster rider. And of course, when you kind of, like we sometimes say, on the ragged edge, it does look a little bit more ragged, but yeah, at the moment very fast. And like we've said, the times are towards all the other riders in this IP. It's not against the other rider on the track, so she does need to keep pushing on in this qualifier.
Blackburn, if she harnesses some of that power that she's clearly got with a little bit more finesse. I mean, look at her diving either side of that black line, down onto the blue, up again. It's not one for the purist, really, stylistically, but clearly very effective. She's absolutely destroying Lucy Driver on the track at the moment, but as you say, she's got to measure herself against Eileen Shaw's best time of 4:51.96. That's all that matters at this point.
like I said, she's a young rider. She won't have done many of these 4-kilometre individual pursuits, and you know, you need to have the strength there. The holding the line, the more she does that, the more she rides on the track in this position is something you can refine, but it's the power that we're seeing from her is very impressive from just an 18-year-old at the moment.
And the experience that she will gain in her career from taking part in these national championships on this televised or streamed event as well. She can look back at this video and learn from it, can't she? She really can. Be very, very pleased with the way that she's hit out and her time to this point as she takes the bell. 4:51.96 to be the fastest on the track. Has she lost a little bit of time in the last few laps?
She's definitely slowing down more than what we have seen from the previous riders, and also she will have these lap splits that she can look back on as well, and to be able to see where she started to slow and really improve on that. But second fastest time for her at the moment at 4:54.
Yeah. So she's in the hunt at the moment for progression in the individual pursuits, but it's still quite early. We have, after this, still got 6 pairs to go. And at the moment she sits second fastest. Remember, the 4 fastest times progress in this competition. But an interesting name for the future, Arabella Blackburn. Clearly got an enormous engine there. Lucy Driver not able to live with that amount of power coming hurtling up the track towards her. Just as a matter of principle, Alice, you mentioned earlier that they've changed from racing in the women's track scene from 3 kilometres to 4. Are you broadly, whether it's track or road, of a mind that, you know, ultimately the distances need to be equal between the two sexes, and that would be, you know, the logical conclusion of this fantastic sort of rise in the stature of women's racing? I mean, if you transfer that principle to the road, is there any reason why the number of kilometres women race in stages of, whether it's the Tour de France or the Women's Tour of Britain, they shouldn't be of a similar distance any longer? What do you feel about that? I think
the track very different to the road. I think the progression of distances in the road race, actually, I think the women's racing can be more exciting. Of course, now the men's racing is opening up a lot sooner, and there is a lot of excitement there. The timed events in the track, I definitely think, should be equal. It's, you know, if it's gone from the women's 500 metres to the kilo, which it has recently as well, I mean, you can't say that, you know, they can't do a kilo. Of course, there was also the 2 riders in the team sprint previously for the women. That's gone to 3, as well as the team pursuit as well as gone equal. And I think all events on the track, maybe not the 200 lap Madison, I'm not sure if that will lose the excitement and how the close proximity of racing, but for the timed events, definitely.
So another UAE development team rider, Abigail Miller, very talented youngster, a junior world champion on the track in the team pursuits, and in fact that Great Britain junior team pursuit squad set a world record. So real pedigree as a pursuiter, Abigail Miller, and she faces off against Evie Smith in this contest from the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team.
Another pair of 18-year-olds here, so very young in this discipline, very young in the sport. A lot of experience will be gained from this championships and from not just today, but the other races that they will compete in. But yeah, like I said, very young riders, both looking great on the bike at the moment. Positions really well dialed and looking to build into this. We can just see from some of the riders we have seen previously, the gears are a little bit smaller. Of course, there's the restriction of gears for juniors, so just building the strength going into the senior category now.
really evenly matched, these two on the track at the moment. Those time splits that you're seeing every time they go through the finish line there, they are relative to the best time that's been set so far, not against one another. That's hence the reason that they're both in the green at the moment. So they are both up on the fastest time that's been set by Ellie Shaw of 4:51.96. So we could be seeing at this point in the competition the two fastest riders to this point. In fact, we should be, because they're already, both of them, the best part of 1.5 seconds up on the best time of Ellie Shaw.
Yeah, and very evenly matched as well, so they won't be looking at having any kind of a catch in this competition, so it is very much against each other and very even at the moment. These riders, like I say, both 18 years old, so will have grown up racing together in the youth and junior track national championships. We'll know each other well, but that isn't what matters at the moment. What matters is the time that these two riders do set at the end of this ride.
Abigail Miller joining the UAE development team this year, so she's very, very new to that squad. Has signed a 2-year contract with the UAE development team. Now she just got her nose quite significantly in front of Evie Smith. She's building into this individual pursuit, isn't she, Miller? She was a little bit slower than Smith for the first couple of laps, and has just taken her time and patiently got on top of the gear now and is sustaining a pace that at the moment is stretching out a lap by lap, a big advantage over Evie Smith, and she is way, way up on the fastest time of her UAE development teammate, Ellie Shaw at the moment. Almost 4 seconds faster.
Very strong rider and a good climber as well, which also does help with that consistent power that is needed for an individual pursuit, something that she can sustain, but her position is very well dialed and something she will work on so much. Like we've said, she was world champion last year in the team pursuit, and to be already in that setup and to have that nailed and to continue to work on that position is something that is very important for these riders moving forwards.
Be interesting to see what she does over the coming years on the road as well, in terms of individual time trials and, as you say, climbing. Just got the attributes, and now she is closing in on the catch.
Yeah, definitely. A rider who was with Tofauti Everyone Active last year, a team that I did go across to the Tour of Flanders with, and having a very strong ride there. And just being around the juniors there and being able to see the development that's happened even at that age is really impressive, actually, and to see how professional these riders are moving forwards.
Who's the best individual time trialist on the road at the moment in the women's peloton? Sorry, I sprung that one on you slightly, Alice, but another rider who retired at the end of this year is Ellen van Dijk, who, of course, was right up there for so many years, multiple world champion, but there's no real dominant time trialist at the moment, is there? No,
Marlon Reusser was. She had a lot of illness in the last couple of years, so has backed off a bit. We also had Chloe Dygert, has had a lot of injuries. Demi Vollering's always a rider that's very impressive. Yeah, difficult. Zoe Baxter, of course, our national time trial champion, but not riders that we see do any track, so it's always very interesting. Of course, we do see Chloe Dygert on the track, but those other riders, I said, we don't see. It's Abby Miller just finishing there, 6 seconds up on the previous best time.
4:45.59 is the new best time, so taking chunks of time out of her teammate there, Ellie Shaw. Yeah, interesting. So she's one to watch, isn't she, on the road? Abigail Miller, who clearly the indications are, having signed that 2-year deal, she does see her future on the road.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something that is really hard to balance, but we've seen many riders do it, and I do think that the road can really help, or the track, sorry, can really help on the road with the speed and the leg speed, and we see a lot of the best sprinters in the world doing a lot of track work and races as well.
You were telling me earlier about how many your older sister Hannah Barnes, how many national titles as a very young rider she won in her career. It's a ridiculous haul of medals, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in the 20s or 30s or something. My dad might know better. I don't know how many she actually won, but she won a hell of a lot more than I did, especially on the track.
How is Hannah these days? I gather she's moved into agenting, hasn't she? And various different bits and pieces around the cycling world.
Yeah, she's good. Working with some of the riders that we do have here at the National Champs as an agent to look after them as they start to make their way into World Tour teams, development teams, and just making sure that they, are settling in quite well.
And that the very fact that there is an opening for Hannah in her retirement in that career, and that you can make a living that way, and that's a useful role, just says a lot about how the women's peloton has professionalised in the years that she actually, throughout the years that both of you were racing. You must have seen immense changes. Yeah,
definitely, and having someone having experience as well is really important, I would say.
Right, we're looking at Chiara Oliva, who has got a fascinating story to tell. And Chiara Horn, you might know her better as, 36 years of age and still racing as a private member. And she's up against Chris Lloyds, who is a Movistar rider on the road. But Chiara Horn is a real stalwart of the scene and competed in the Rio Olympic Games in the team pursuit discipline, and is a mother of 3 children and still racing. So she has dedicated her life to this sport to this point, hasn't she? She really has.
Yeah, she did go to Rio as a travelling reserve, so unfortunately for her, not having the chance to ride at the Olympics. Of course, making it to the Olympics as a reserve is a huge thing in itself, and to be the 5th best team pursuiter of the best team pursuit nation at the time is a huge thing. But taking retirement after that and having her 3 children and now wanting to come back into the sport to try and make her way into the Commonwealth Games team for Wales is a huge driving force for her. And I've followed some of her getting back into racing and training, and it's so impressive to do, like we said, with a 1-year-old child and to 2 other children at home. Her husband Lewis also racing in these championships as well, so very impressive from the family.
Chris Lloyd is a very young rider you're looking at there. She's just 19 years of age, so let me just do the maths. 17 years between these 2 riders on the track. 36 plays 19. That's quite a gulf in age, isn't it? Almost twice her age.
It is, and Chris Lloyd, like we've said, she's one of those riders who has taken the jump into the World Tour. She's almost one of the youngest riders in the World Tour still, even though it's her 2nd year. She's 31st of December, I believe she is, so she's just 19 years old. Still very young in the category.
One of 2 young Brits who race for Movistar, the other one of course being the all-conquering Cat Ferguson. But, from what I understand, Caris is more of a sprinter, really, isn't she? Certainly on the road, that would be one of her attributes. One of her best results actually came when she won effectively a bunch sprint, but for 3rd place in a stage of the Vuelta Extremadura last year.
And she started her season actually in the Tour Down Under down in Australia. I was commentating on some of that racing, and the lead-outs that she was doing for her teammates was very impressive for the finishes, but also for the intermediate sprints. So really learning a lot in that team, and to be able to be in a team like that and to have the knowledge that's around her, she will learn so much from.
Chiara Oliva, name change of course from Chiara Horn, following on from her marriage to Lewis Oliver, Welsh rider. Going fastest at the moment, Chris Lloyd still in contention here. Both of these riders are up on the time of Abigail Miller, so really good performance from Chiara Oliver, I should say, excuse me.
Yeah, a really strong performance, and this is something that she will have trained so much down in the Newport Velodrome, and will definitely know her pacing really well, and we can see how good she is at holding that position as well. Many turbo sessions will have also been done in this position with her kids around her, just trying to nail that and just being able to stay solid on the bike this deep into the racing.
And ignore the noise around, presumably in the house. 3 young kids. Unsupported as well, no team around her to support her, a private member. At the moment, As we approach the halfway point in this qualification, no one's gone faster than Ciara Oliver. Plenty of talent still to come though. Josie Knight, Jess Roberts, Megan Barker still to ride, Anna Morris. Oliver can only beat what's put in front of her. She's fading a little bit now as Karis Lloyd just shuts the gap down. It's close between these two, quite evenly matched at this moment. Almost nothing between them.
Karis Lloyd just taking the lead now over Ciara going into that last lap, so really needing to drive to the line now.
Yeah, Oliver's paying for the early pace a little bit. She's down on the best time of Abigail Miller, whereas Karis Lloyd is still up on the best time by half a second. 4:45.04. We've got a new leading time. Ciara Oliver's time, well, she lost a fair chunk of that time in the last 2 or 3 laps and actually finishes a second down on Karis Lloyd's best time and is in provisional 3rd place. So at the moment, as things stand, she is going to be progressing through to the latter rounds, but it's unlikely. I think the odds are stacked against her with all the talent still to come.
Yeah, I think so, and I do think she's going to be disappointed with that ride, but she can build on it, of course, like we've said. Only 1 year ago since she had her baby, and just getting back into the sport and into racing now, so definitely something to build on. And like we said, she will be hoping for the selection towards the Commonwealth Games later in August this year.
Isabel Sharp, conversation with a teammate, or is that Maddie Leach?
Izzy Sharp.
Izzy Sharp. In the next pairing, she's up against Megan Barker, unaffiliated. These days. But, the name of her sponsor emblazoned on her kit. Be very interesting to see how Megan Barker performs here.
Yeah, definitely. We see her mostly racing in the team pursuit and some bunch races, but team pursuit her speciality. So we'll just be looking to use this, I would say, as some training, but to hopefully put down a really strong time for the final.
So Sharp against Barker. Funny, the passing of the years. I still think of Megan Barker as such a young, upcoming talent, but she's been around a long time already, hasn't she? Megan Barker, very versatile career as well. She's had some decent results on the road as well.
Yeah, definitely, and being in this track squad for many years, another rider who was a travelling reserve for the Paris Olympics, so hopefully being able to pick herself up from that and the disappointment from not riding, and being able to look forward and towards the LA Olympics in only just over 2 years now.
Not much to separate these two, but they're both down at the moment on the best time of Karis Lloyd. Not by much, that can still be turned around. But it does just show you how well Karis Lloyd performed there. Megan Barker, marginally the faster of the two at the moment, unaffiliated, riding for the Rafa CC team, but racing as a private member here. And just shaving a tenth of a second off here, a tenth of a second off there, and closing in on the pace required. And again, down to just 0.2 seconds down on the pace of Karis Lloyd. So Barker is just growing into this pursuit.
Yeah, very early stages at the moment, and like you say, just needing to build into the ride, and it's very difficult to be able to judge it so early on in the racing when we have seen some of those riders dying off towards the finals.
As you can see on that graphic there, just indicating that they've been through 1,625 metres of the 4,000 metres required in this pursuit, so coming towards the halfway point. Pretty evenly matched, these two.
Evenly matched, and we can both see how much time they do spend in these positions. Both positions looking really good at this stage of the race, and we can just see Stu Blunt there walking the line for Izzy Sharp, just telling her to try and pull a bit more out and trying to drive forward. And there's very different styles of walking the line these days. Sometimes team managers, the people walking the line using iPads so the riders can see their splits, and those riders who do know exactly how hard and fast they want to ride, they will be able to see their splits on the iPad. Others wanting to be shown it visibly on the line, and some others kind of just trying to shout as loud as possible at their riders from the side of the track.
That's another tactic, and they just yell at them. Well, in synchronised fashion, these two riders are losing quite a lot of time quite quickly, actually, to the pace of Chris Lloyds, and they're in danger of finishing too far off the pace and will be eliminated at this point. You can see there that Izzy Sharp's just about in touch. She's on the road at the moment, or on the track I should say. She's in provisional 4th place, 4th rank, but Megan Barker's out of it at 6 and losing time quite quickly now.
Yeah, a very difficult position to be here, and if you're already starting to feel it at this point, like we know, just over a kilometre or around a kilometre to go now for these riders. There's still 4 laps of the track, just having to keep building on your ride and monitoring it yourself as well, because like we said, some of these riders did start to really die off in the last couple of laps, so they might be able to bring it back a little bit.
Izzy Sharp's ranking of 4th on the track at the moment in terms of the timings. She's holding on by her fingertips to a place in the latter rounds of this individual pursuit programme. This is the qualifying rounds. The first 4, the fastest 4 times will go through. Megan Barker's found a little bit of extra, and she's just closed the gap a little bit to Izzy Sharp. She's in provisional 5th at the moment. So as Sharp ties up a little bit, Barker's just found a little bit more, but still Sharp is ranked 4th. As they take the bell, I think she's going to be able to hang on to 4th fastest time as things stand. We'll know in a minute, well, less than a minute, in a couple of seconds. Here we go, Izzy Sharp coming to the line, and there we are, 4:48.023. She's 4th fastest as things stand, I should stress, whereas Megan Barker, her individual pursuit ends here. Very closely matched, those two, but Sharp found a bit in the middle of the individual pursuit to pull clear of Barker in the end by a couple of seconds. Got a feeling it's not going to be enough for Izzy Sharp that time. We've still got 3 pairings to come. Maddie Leach against Sophie Lewis, Josie Knighton against Jess Roberts, and then Anna Morris will take on Erin Boothman in the final heat, the 9th and final heat.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Some of the fastest individual pursuit riders in the world coming up, of course, Josie Knight setting the world record only a couple of weeks ago in Konya. So some very fast riders in the individual pursuit coming up.
Maddie Leach then for the Hansling Alba team, 22 years of age, the Yorkshire rider. Bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games in London in the women's team pursuit. From Huddersfield in Yorkshire. Yet another Yorkshire racer. It is a county that overproduces, isn't it, in terms of British cycling history. So many riders have come from Yorkshire, whether they're men or women.
Yeah, definitely, and sometimes we've had people say where Yorkshire may finish in a medal tally in a certain race, maybe the Commonwealth Games, kind of claiming that in the medal tally, but like you say, some very strong riders coming out of Yorkshire, and Maddie Leach, another one, current Madison world champion.
So Sophie Lewis from the Daz Hutchinson team. These two teammates, aren't they, in the Commonwealth Games? I think in the team pursuit that won that bronze medal, they were both in action on the same team. Will know each other extremely well.
Housemates as well, I think.
And housemates. Well, I didn't realise that. That's almost too much knowledge, isn't it? They'll know who does what with the washing and the drying up and who leaves what in the shower.
Yeah, there might have been a bit of anger on the track now at the moment as well, but yeah, two
housemates' grudges being borne out.
They know each other very well, riding together a lot in the British programme as well, and of course, like we say, living together, they will train together a lot on the road.
Well, the women's team pursuit squad took the bronze medal, and Lewis was part of it in the European Track Championships last year in Belgium. As we know, it's all about the Olympic cycle for the team pursuit squads that have been so dominant for so long. Well, not dominant, I think that's unfair. There have been periods of time when both the men and the women have been top of the pile in the world, but it's a struggle, isn't it? Whether it's the men or the women, now there are so many nations who've upped the quality of what they do, whether it's the Danes or the Italians or the Aussies as ever, they're always competitive. So many different squads now have raised the game, and it's the foregone conclusion that it was back in the day that GB would bring in the medals in bucketfuls. That gets harder each year, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. There's always a lot of expectation around the British squad to produce those medals at any championship they go to, and like you say, they were ahead of the game for so many years, but other nations really starting to be on par with them now, and there's so many marginal gains that do go into the sport, especially on the track, with the aerodynamics of the positions, the tyres, the wheels, even the lubricant that goes on the chain. There's so much development and research that's done around that, and it was done by British Cycling for so many years, but the other nations definitely catching up and being on par now.
Well, Maddie Leach is just a little bit over halfway through this individual pursuit, and I don't know whether this was a conversation these two housemates had over breakfast, tea and toast this morning, but whether they'd had a little side bet that that Leach would catch Lewis before the halfway point. She hasn't quite done that, but she hasn't left it too much later. Big difference here in time trialling prowess as Leach comes past Lewis in the individual discipline here and goes off in pursuit of the best time, and at the moment she is quite comfortably up on the best time that still belongs to Chris Latham.
And this is a really difficult one now, because we could see that Sophie Lewis was just starting to pick up the pace slightly as well and match Maddie Lewis. They obviously can't now start to ride in sort of team pursuit formation, but to still be able to ride your own race as the rider who has been caught, because like we've said, you may be caught, but you may still be able to post a very strong time that can put you in the finals, depending on who you are riding against.
What are the regulations? Can you sit in the slipstream, or do you have to drop off a little bit?
I think you do have to still drop off a little bit, but like we say, it's difficult. It's not like you're on the road and you have the whole road to play with, and you can kind of ride at the other side of the road. It's kind of one line on the track, so it is a difficult situation when you have been caught like this.
Well, Leach is 0.6 of a second up on the schedule of Chris Latham. Still looking very good. I mean, her position on the bike is immaculate, as you'd expect. Looking like she's going to be able to see this one out. She extends the lead by another 1/10 of a second and should have enough here. Yeah, it's almost a full second that she's up on Chris Latham. It looks like this is going to be the best time, and it's going to be Maddie Leach from the Hansling Alba team who takes first place and fastest time with just 2 pairings to come after this. So Leach with 1 foot in the next round, and 4:43.87 is the new best time. As you say, though, Josie Knight and Jess Roberts, that is a world-class individual pursuit that we have next on the track.
Yeah, definitely. Josie Knight in very good form in the individual pursuits, like we said, setting the world record. So the current world record, 4:19.461, which is what Josie set in Konya. Now, Konya is a track that is at altitude. It's around 1,200 meters of altitude, so it does make for a very fast track. We saw a lot of world records being broken out there at the start of February, so I'm not thinking they will be anywhere near that time today, but like you said, the next pairing very quick, as well as the final pairing that we have later. So looking to see the European Championships Stars and Stripes for Josie Knight on the track next.
Yeah, this is really quite a moment, isn't it? It was only a couple of weeks ago in Konya in Turkey where these records tumbled, and it's one of the real highlights of this afternoon's action, I think, to see Josie Knight here on the home track of Manchester. The GB squad double world record both in the individual pursuit, 4:19.46, and in the team pursuit a world record of 4:02.80. And there we are, the European champion, Josie Knight. This is real exhibition stuff now, isn't it? It'd be good to see her in action wearing that new jersey, and whether she can confirm her preeminence in this discipline. Because at the moment, not only is she the fastest in the world, she's the fastest there's ever been in the world.
Yeah, exactly. And like we say, it was a record set at altitude, back down at sea level, but I'm predicting we may see a Josie Knight v Anna Morris final later today, but of course you still need to be able to set that time.
Proper hush here in the velodrome. Josie Knight gets this individual pursuit underway up against Jess Roberts. Knight out of the blocks very fast indeed.
She is, and like I said before, a lot of aero advantage can be gained in equipment. We can see Jess Roberts in her team kit, the skin suit that she's wearing, I think it even may have some pockets on the back of it, so a big disadvantage for someone like Jess Roberts having to race in the club kit. Of course it's a national championships, but for a team like Spectra Racing, there isn't the money or the need to develop those really fast skin suits, so a disadvantage that's going to be carried by her today.
So we can already almost at this point discount Jess Roberts from beating Josie Knight. At the moment she's only 9th fastest on the track. This is more a question, I think, of just sitting back and admiring Josie Knight and celebrating her achievement of Konya. Look how much faster she's going than Jess Roberts. I mean, you're absolutely right, Alice, to point out the disparity of the equipment that they're racing with. But there's a lot more going on than just that, isn't there? Josie Knight is a perfectionist in this discipline.
100%, and you can see that from her position, looking so smooth, very aero and comfortable in that position as well. And this is where she will be using her schedule that she'll be riding against. I think she has Chris Newton there showing her where she is, and I'm not sure what mode they're using, if they will be using lap splits, but of course, like I said, she can't be using the same schedule that she used up in Konya setting that world title. They need to look at the air pressure of the velodrome, the temperature, and of course we know how well they know this track, how many laps they will have done on this track, mostly as a team pursuit team, but they will adjust that for the schedule for today and for the qualifying as well. Not wanting to go all out in this qualifying, they obviously don't know what the times of the next two riders are. They need to go as hard as possible, but also within themselves as well to be able to do another ride later today.
Well, I mean, it's a foregone conclusion, but it bears repeating, I suppose. If Josie Knight goes fastest here, and look, she's already 6.5 seconds up on the best time of Maddie Leach, but if she does take the fastest time here, she will, whatever happens, be in the next round, because there's just 2 more riders to come after that.
Yeah, she'll be in the next round, but she needs to set one of the top 2 fastest times to be in with the chance to ride for the gold medal and the national jersey. If you set the 3rd or 4th fastest time, the best you can do there is a bronze. So yeah, we can see getting the catch now here on Jess Roberts, but still needing to keep focused on her ride and continue that all the way to the line and just get back in her rhythm again on that black line.
Took her almost 3,000 metres to catch Jess Roberts, but now she's caught her. She is blasting away from her. Clearly the fastest on the track so far by a distance. The world's newly crowned world record holder. 11 seconds up already on the fastest time of Maddie Leach, with more track to use to extend her advantage. Jess Roberts, well, at the moment, she's 2nd fastest of all, so she has really dug in and developed her individual pursuit. It's got faster and faster, Jess Roberts. If those timings are accurate, she's 2nd fastest, and that just shows you just how fast Josie Knight is compared to the fastest time, because she's caught Jess Roberts, and yet Jess Roberts is still the fastest overall. 2nd fastest overall, I should say. Yeah,
like I said, it's where you've still got to do your own ride, because when we do have such a couple of riders head and shoulders above the others, there's still that opportunity to go for the bronze medal. I'm not sure if that's 2nd ranked on the current fastest time or if it's to Josie, but 4:27.3, so yeah, we can see it's a good 8 seconds from her world record, but a very solid ride in these conditions today.
Jess Roberts, 4:39, yeah, that is indeed the 2nd fastest time so far, 4:39.58. She edges out Maddie Leach, who drops down to 3rd fastest with 2 more riders still to go. So yes, Josie Knight did a brilliant performance, and yes, she's absolutely dominated it to this point, but Jess Roberts shouldn't be overlooked that she's gone 2nd fastest.
No, definitely not, and a strong ride, and that's where she had to just keep focusing on herself, riding that, and she will have gained a little bit of an advantage from Josie Knight dropping back in and helping with the speed there, maybe when she would be starting to dive. But you can still see the position of Jess Roberts. It's very dialed. It's just that Josie Knight she's the fastest in the world in this discipline, so it's hard to go against someone like that.
Some jersey that, isn't it? Anna Morris, the world champion individual pursuiter. She knows this is, of course, just qualifying, but she knows the time to beat here is probably, more realistically, Jess Roberts' time of 4:39.58, so that she can fulfill her ambition of racing for the gold medal against Josie Knight, if that's the way it's going to play out. But Erin Boothman is also in this race, in the very distinctive colours of her road team, Livalula Jayco.
Yeah, so Anna Morris was at the European Championships. She was part of the team pursuit squad that Josie Knight was also in, where they did get the world record. She also won the Omnium there, but she didn't compete in the individual pursuit, so it's going to be interesting to see how she goes today in the individual pursuit. I'm assuming she will be in that gold medal final, and it'll be world champion against European champion, maybe.
Should be. Let's see what Erin Boothman has to say about that, her opponents, but all eyes and the television cameras instantly drawn to the rainbow bands of the world champion Anna Morris. Best time to beat, 4:27.34. They both go out hard. Erin Boothman, just 18 years of age. It's crazy, isn't it?
It is a very young rider as well. She's 4-time junior world champion and has the world record also in 3 disciplines in the junior category as well. So the team pursuit, individual pursuit, and the kilo as well. So very impressive rider, Erin Boothman, being in the development team for Jayco Alula, stepping up as a stagiaire at the end of last year as a junior still, but both riders going out very quickly now.
Yeah, they've both hit out very, very hard indeed. They're both up on the time of Josie Knight. Anna Morris just marginally faster than the teenager Erin Boothman, at this stage. Just a third of a second separating the world champion from this young rider at the beginning of her career. And Morris absolutely dialed in. A little bit more movement from the young Erin Boothman, but Morris is just rock solid on that bike. Head down. Erin Boothman just a fraction more upright on the bike in terms of her position. And at the moment, just the second fastest, but almost on an identical pace to Josie Knight's pace. She's losing a little bit now, dropped down to third fastest as things stand.
It did look like Erin had gone out pretty quick. She knows what she needs to do to be able to get into the gold medal final, but needs to just stay within herself slightly to be able to maintain that speed, because she will be looking and hoping to at least get in a medal ride-off later today. But we can see Anna Morris, 0.643.
Not much in it, is there?
On Josie Knight.
Not much in it. Just over half a second, Anna Morris. She's very, very steady. She's riding effectively at the same pace as Josie Knight did. There's not much. She's not losing time. She's not really gaining time. The margins are quite slight, but Erin Boothman losing a bit of contact to Josie Knight's time now, and almost a minute and a half down.
Yeah, but we saw obviously the third position for Jess Roberts was a catch that happened by Josie Knight, so still a lot to play for the bronze medal. Like we said, we've got Anna Morris, Josie Knight head and shoulders above a lot of these riders, but also a lot of the world in this discipline as well. So it's can be demoralising, especially if you're in this situation where you may be caught, but you really have to keep your head on and really build into your own riding, keep to your own schedule. And Anna Morris, we can see, back down to 0.6 seconds up on Josie Knight, and actually the time that Josie and Anna do going into the final doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All you need to do is get there.
She doesn't need to win this round at all.
No, exactly. She just needs to make sure that she is the top two rider in this qualifying and gets herself in the final, and then needs to be able to recover for it, with the final being this evening.
So effectively here, she is actually racing Erin Boothman. She just needs to maintain this advantage over Boothman, who sits in third place, and that's the position she doesn't want to be in, third. So long as she's got Erin Boothman at a disadvantage here, and she can see her on the back straight here, then she's guaranteed a place in the gold medal match.
Exactly, and holding back if she can, that's something that Josie Knight couldn't do with two riders still to go. She needed to just make sure that she did get her ride out earlier. She would have been fairly confident with the specific time that she'd need to do. We can see Anna Morris now just keeping her eye on Erin Boothman, and I think there'll be a lot of nerves with Anna and Josie going into the final later today to kind of be that rider that does come out on top. So Anna, we can just see there, she was looking at Erin to see where she was. Like you said, she only needs to beat her to get into the final, so maybe holding back in these later stages.
Did enough, comfortably enough. In the end, she concedes the round, if you like, for what that's worth to her teammate Josie Knight, and Erin Boothman will be back in action. She finishes third fastest in the qualifying, and she will be up against Jess Roberts for the bronze medal. But the crowd, I think later on this evening, have got the result that they wanted from qualifying. We're going to see Josie Knight take on Anna Morris for the British national title. And what a prospect that is, Alice. That's exactly the result that people would have wanted, I think.
Yeah, the world champion against the European champion is going to be pretty amazing to have on the boards here at the National Cycling Centre. But a really strong final kilometre there from Erin Boothman as well. To finish in third, I think, is a really impressive ride, and she should have confidence going into the final later.
Right, a couple of minutes interlude here before the action resumes, and when it does, we'll have the men's sprinters back on the track for their round of 8.
Nice and easy to get involved, and we'd love for as many of you as possible to join in with this. It's a bit of fun. We've only got 5 questions and some multiple choice as well. So nice and easy to play along. Great to see lots of you getting out your mobiles to to get involved with this. We've already had one hugely successful quiz today. Let's find another lucky winner here in Manchester. So this is the final call then for you to get involved with our quiz. There's the QR code for you to scan on the big screen or visit ADI.quizwith2eyes.live. We are giving away some British cycling goodies for our winners today. Okay then Manchester, shall we do it? Shall we get this quiz started? Let's test your cycling knowledge then. Alright, last one or two of you joining. There's still time if you haven't already done so. I can see several of you with your mobile phones out, which is great to see. We want to make someone's day and get the prizes to you. So here we go then, let's start our quiz. Here comes question number 1. The bikes used for track events don't have what? So your options on the screen for you there. Gears, brakes, spokes or saddles? What are you going to go for? Oh, 42 of you have gone for brakes. Shall we find out if you are indeed correct? Of course you are. Our riders are bringing out there, flying around the track without any brakes. Question number 2 then, here we go. Which British track sprinter broke the flying 200 metre record with a time of 9.759 seconds? That is fast. Okay, you looked in your answers. Shall we find out how you answered and what is correct? And the new kid, there you go. Of course it was 25 of you getting that right. Well done, if that was you. Here we go for question number 3 then. How many indoor velodromes are in the UK? This is a tough one. Is it 5, 6, 7 or 8? What are you going to go for? Okay, so the majority of you going for 6. Let's take a look at the answer. It's 5. Well done if you got that one right. I wonder how you get it out there. Okay, we move on to question 4. How many track world titles have Dame Laura Kelly won? Is it 5, 6, 7 or 8? What are you going to go for? Oh, another mixed bag of answers there, but which one is the right one? It's 7, so 20 of you got that correct. Well done if that was you. And here we go for our final question then. What is the event where teammates sling each other into the action? The omino, the team pursuit, the team sprints, or the Madison? So if you think you know, lock those answers in. Once again, a very response there, but the Madison, the most popular answer. Are you right though? Yes, you most certainly are. Well done if you answered correctly. Shall we find out who is sitting top of our leaderboard? Tracy, wherever you are, well done to you. You are sitting in that top spot. Second, Mark, brilliant stuff from you too. And in third, NBC. Well done to everyone for playing along with our quiz today. We will be giving you more opportunities throughout the afternoon to win it. But Tracy, wherever you are, make yourself known. You've won yourself a British cycling water bottle. Now we've got that QR code back on the screen for you, because not only is that your way to enter our quiz today, we also love to see what you're up to here at the National Cycling Centre. You can see some wonderful selfies on the big screen right now. We'd love to see your lovely faces up there and everything you're up to. So please do scan the QR code and send us in your photos of your time with us here in Manchester.
So, just to bring you up to speed with where we're at in the sprint competition. Yes, that's 4 finals. All the first round of 16 finals. 8th final stage. 61 terrible, across 8 heats, for which just the winner will go forward is the quarterfinal draw. Still, yes, that's it.
Right then, on we go with the men's sprint. It's the 8th finals, and it's Matthew Richardson from Team Inspired against William Munday in that blue kit, the European champion. Matthew Richardson has had such an interesting career, switching nationality, of course, although he was born in Kent, in Maidstone. He actually relocated in 2019 to South Australia and represented for 5 years Australian cycling, competing at the Paris Olympics and coming very close to winning a gold medal there as well. 2 silver medals in the sprint and the keirin in the Paris Olympics, but he is British now, and this time last year rode to victory here in the British National Track Championships in this discipline, in the individual sprint. And he is up against William Munday. Yeah, a lot is resting on, in terms of GB's hopes of success in the years to come, on the shoulders, the broad shoulders of the 26-year-old European champion. And he goes into this particular encounter against Will Munday, who beat Ed Lowe in the last of the encounters in qualifying. It goes in as a clear favourite and comfortably, very comfortably dispenses with the threat of Will Monday, and he just made that look absolutely straightforward, and that was straightforward for Matt Richardson. He's got so much power under the hood there, and he barely needed to use any of it.
Yeah, it was straightforward. Of course, Will Monday rode earlier today. That was Richardson's first ride of the day, so one ride fresher, but you can see just the head go down from Will Monday there. When he would have seen his draw against Matt Richardson, he would have been pretty demoralised by saying that, and yeah, Richardson did make it look very easy, but he would do against most riders. We saw how fast he was in qualifying, 0.6 in front of any other rider that was in this contest, so much more speed over that final 200 metres.
Joe Truman takes on Johan Hepburn, and Truman, like Richardson, this is his first race of the day. Hepburn was in a very close encounter against his Welsh compatriot McNaughton in the previous round, and the 17-year-old from Monmouthshire had a very cool head and actually just shut out McNaughton. But this is a different order of difficulty here up against Joe Truman.
Yeah, definitely another rider, like you say, just starting his competition today in this ride, whereas Hepburn has already done that ride already today. Joe Truman, he has had a tough time in his career. He's had a real bad issue with an injury in his back, but really starting to come into his own, of course, winning the kilo in the European Championship, so coming into some really strong form and getting his way also back into the team pursuit team, team sprint team, sorry.
Well, big move, bold move from Hepburn. Instant reaction from Truman. Hepburn going again, putting Truman under a little bit of pressure. Got a gap. Truman, though, with just that little injection of pace, shuts it down now, but Hepburn's got him in a difficult position here. Truman's going to have to go the long way round. It's going to be tight, this one. Truman's got it all to do. Is Hepburn going to take a big scalp here? Going to be very tight on the line. I think Truman, for my money, just got there, but we'll have to wait and see. Which way did you see that, Alice?
Yeah, maybe Truman, he did have that extra speed coming over the line, so maybe just pipped on the line, but a very, very close
It's close, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I think Truman, with the last pedal stroke, just gets that rim over the line in front. Ooh, yes. Yeah, victory to Truman, but that was the closest of any of the sprints we've seen so far. And you have to credit Hepburn with making that very difficult for Truman indeed.
Yeah, 100%, and maybe Joe Truman might have thought he would get that a little bit easier, so didn't fully ride it to his advantage, and maybe kind of resting on that a little bit too much, so maybe a little bit of a wake-up call for him, but will progress through to the next round.
Probably was just explaining to the viewers why we're seeing so many riders in that blue kit of Team Inspired. Basically, Alice, they are GB riders, aren't they? That's why they are. There's so many of them for a start, and they're wearing that blue kit.
Yeah, so it's kind of what would be classed as their team. Obviously, can't ride in the national jersey here at the national championships, so in the Team Inspired, which we've seen be many different things. It used to be green, but now back in the navy.
Yeah. So this is a clash between, in the blue kit, Harry Ledingham-Horn, who 2 years ago took the bronze medal in the national championships, against Jonah Jenkins from Wales. Jenkins beating Niall Monks earlier on this afternoon. Ledingham-Horn racing for the first time today, has that advantage. Slightly bigger of the two riders. Ooh, a real battle for the racing line, but Ledingham-Horn has it now, and that puts Jenkins at a big disadvantage, and that's where the race was won very convincingly by Ledingham-Horn. He just composed himself on the situation there. Combination of real experience there. And he had the speed at this point and the nerve just to hold that line and force Jenkins a little bit further up the track.
Just able to get his wheel in enough to be able to claim that sprint line, but it was a very close one, and definitely,
Dicey.
like you say, takes some bravery to be able to do that, definitely.
Well, these riders, one of the things they do not lack is bravery. It takes a very particular psychological set of characteristics to want to do this in the first place and then to do it. A lot can go wrong. So far, touch wood, all the riders have stayed upright. As we look at the hulking figure of Stephen Lloyd, who beat Ed Baker from the University of Bath in the previous round. His opponent is another one of the GB riders, Marcus Heine. Lloyd is an imposing figure on the bike, though, isn't he? He's a vast athlete.
Yeah, very tall, strong rider as well, and Hailey, one of the last riders who hasn't had to ride already today, so qualifying 4th in the 200 metre yesterday, so some more fresh legs out there. Another team-inspired rider. We actually have a team-inspired rider in every single round of this sprint quarter-final.
Hailey's got good pedigree without taking the gold medal in this particular championship. Bronze medalist last year and silver medalist in 2024. Can he go one better in 2026? Well, first of all, he's got to do something about Stephen Lloyd here. Going right up the banking to drop down and use that speed and try and launch an attack. But he's left a big gap open there. Hailey seeing that gap and just sensing an opportunity to actually just ride away here on the bell lap. Lloyd has managed to shut the gap, but has he got anything left to come round? He almost is able to take the racing line there, but forced on the outside. It's too much work there for Lloyd, who just, I don't know, just let that gap grow too big too early, and Hailey took his opportunity there to turn the screw.
Yeah, and it did look like he was gaining, but as soon as he dipped out and went into the wind, just wasn't able to get any slingshot and just kind of died there on the wind, in the wind, just off the wheel, so wasn't able to gain. But you did see that Hailey had sat up a little bit going towards the line, and that's something that we said about earlier, where you can't stop looking at your opponent to stop too early, because they can then ride to the line and pit you.
So halfway through this, these 8 heats, sudden death, of course. They won't be back. If you're beaten here at this round, you're out. And we've got another team-inspired rider. Second time we've seen him in action today, the former under-23 European champion, the 19-year-old Ollie Pettifer. He has got Charlie Holt, who beat the Scotsman, Matthias Arthur, as an opponent. So both these riders now racing for the second time today. And so far, 100% success for Team Inspired. They've had 4 athletes qualify in the first 4 heats, and they've got representation in all of the next 4. And if indeed Heat 8 between Lyle Craig and Hayden Norris, they are both Team Inspired riders. Proper cagey start here. Holt watching the youngster on his wheel like a hawk. Pettifer happy for Holt to be on the front where he can watch him. Halfway up the track, just over the blue line, drops down. As Holt just squeezes on the pedals a little. You sense that Holt is looking for an opportunity to go, and he goes. But there's an instant response from Pettifer, who comes roaring past Holt, and the race is won. That's a hugely impressive long raid from Pettifer, but you could see by the body language, Charlie Holt had nothing in response to that. From the moment that he was passed, he effectively conceded, and Pettifer absolutely dispenses with his rival there, Charlie Holt.
Yeah, needed to actually look around a little bit earlier, because continued that sprint, even though with a lap to go he'd pretty much won it. Continuing that sprint, maybe wasting some energy, but it's the size of these gears these days. He really built that speed up and he attacked it, had the speed from the bank. Charlie Holt so far down the track that he wasn't able to get any of that speed, that slingshot, and the gears, like I say, so big that it's so difficult to get on top of them without any of that assistance.
So 3 more heats to go. 2024 national champion Peter Mitchell is in action next. Very identifiable, Peter Mitchell, 36 years of age, in that black kit. Paralympic pilot of many years standing, with the prodigious gold medalist Neil Faki on his wheel, on his in his tandem. And can he disrupt things then? This is going to be a real challenge for Harry Radford of Team Inspired, because Mitchell is not only strong, he's got serial success in these championships in the sprint. And on the evidence of what we saw earlier on today, he's in really good nick as well. So this will be a challenge for Harry Radford here.
Yeah, Pete Mitchell, the faster qualifier in the 200 by 0.6, so does have that speed that you would need to be able to get around in that final lap. He is, of course, leading it out at the moment, so needs to just keep his eye on Radford behind him, make sure that he can't have the element of surprise like we saw in the previous heats, but we can see them starting to build up the speed now and get on top of those gears.
Mitchell just cranking it up now, opening his sprint quite early, lap and a half to go still. Oh, a little opening there, and that's a big moment there for Harry Radford. He did not hesitate, he saw that open up, took the racing line. Now can Mitchell shut him down? He's making a good job of it. Mitchell's very nearly onto his wheel, but he's left it too late, has he, to come round on the outside? Mitchell coming with a charge! Mitchell takes it! Brilliant ride from Mitchell. He did not give up, and he is in great shape. That was quite a performance.
It was a very interesting ride there. Radford doing the same thing that we've seen earlier today, nipping underneath, and actually it took Peter Mitchell by surprise. He kind of hesitated, had to readjust himself, and nearly was Harry Radford able to get the jump on him, but Pete Mitchell being able to claw that back in that last lap.
That was a proper arm wrestle of an encounter between these two. At this point, you think that Radford has just pulled off an absolutely brilliant move, and there it looks like the race is won, but Mitchell was not going to give up on this. And that raw strength to come past him, and a little glance as they go over the line there, just to say, I'm the boss here. Former national champion of 2 years ago, progresses to the quarterfinals. Now then, 2 more heats to come. Anthony Young against Archie Gill, that's next. Gill from the Team Inspired up on the track, and then that silver kit, the Glasgow Track Racing Club for Anthony Young. Beat Charlie Watson earlier on today, quite comfortably. And Archie Gill had a pretty comfortable win as well over Christian Larigo, who just exhibited a little bit of inexperience and almost, I wouldn't say handed Archie Gill the victory. Gill still had to take it, but it was a more emphatic win than he might have anticipated. We're just waiting for everything to be right as Chief Commissaire, who gives it the all clear. Oh, there seems to be an inquiry with that last sprint. We'll bring you any news of that, whether the commissaires are going to get involved. I didn't see anything massively untoward there, Alice.
They might just think that Pete Mitchell did come down on to Harry Radford. I think in the end, I think it was quite a fair ride, but the commissaires obviously do need to look into it to keep it fair across the board.
We'll keep you posted. So Young on the front, Gill tracking him. Both riders going right up onto the bank. You haven't seen too much of that. Haven't yet seen a pairing come to a complete halt and stand on the track. Maybe we'll see that later on as the quarterfinals and the semi-finals.
I don't think that's something that is done as much anymore because of the gears that they are riding. It is so much more difficult to get the gears up to speed. So the lead rider, the rider that's at the bottom of the track at the start, does have to lead that sprint for the first half a lap at walking pace. As we can see, they're really on the bell now, really lighting the sprint up.
Well, they've both gone very, very early here, so it's a question of who can hang on, and at the moment that is Archie Gill's race to lose. Young's beaten, Gill goes through, and Team Inspired have another rider in the quarterfinals. It's only been Peter Mitchell so far who's managed to knock out one of the Team Inspired riders, but Gill will be representing. That was a proper tussle between Young and Gill there. They both went very early, didn't they?
Yeah, did go both really early. Anthony Gill looking like he was struggling to get on top of that gear when they were getting the bell, and Archie Gill just able to get over the top, and then once he's over the top he can drop down into that sprinter's line and ride it into the finish.
So an all GB pairing, Lyle Craig against Hayden Norris. Lyle Craig from Fairley in North Ayrshire, Scottish rider. Against his stablemate Hayden Norris. So it's Norris of the pair who's on the front now. Slightly more thicker set of the two riders. As Lyle drops back. 4 or 5 bike lengths back. Interesting the point you make about the evolving tactics and the evolving setups that they use, meaning that they no longer tend to play that ultimate cat and mouse and stand on the pedals, because that takes something away from the spectacle. I think that the viewers at home and the spectators in the velodrome have enjoyed down the years so much, but things move on and tactics evolve, I guess.
Yeah, the track stands were something that were always quite interesting. Some riders didn't mind it and were quite good at it, others really didn't like it, so
it's a little bit more for show as well, isn't it, in the 6-day scene, etc. and in...
Yeah, definitely. And it's normally to get a rider in front of you to lead out that sprint and to try and change with those positions, as we can now see this pretty big gap going half a lap to go for Craig to be able to try and close, but he is getting a rush on the finish straight.
Nearly got there, well, Craig, but that gap just a little bit too big for him to shut down, and Hayden Norris is the last of the riders to take their place in the quarter-final lineup. So only 2 of the team-inspired riders failed to qualify, Lyle Craig being one of them, and the other, young Harry Radford, who was beaten by Peter Mitchell. We think that result stands. I've got no information that it doesn't, and so we have our quarter-final lineup. Next up on the track, we'll have the race 1 of the women's Para B semi-finals in the sprint. No, we won't. That's absolute rubbish. I've got ahead of myself. It's this lot we'll see in action. It's heat 1 of the men's scratch race in qualifying. So, a few dozen riders now. The last 12 riders, basically half the field, do not qualify for the final. 12 go through. 30 laps of the track's just being announced. That is the distance of the scratch. And the scratch, of course, of the endurance mass start races is the purest and the simplest. It's first rider over the line wins. And the last 12 over the line go out of the competition. Got some big names in this field. Not least Matt Bostock, who'd have to be one of the favourites. unaffiliated, riding as a private member. Got the likes of Matt Walls as well. He's been riding at World Tour level on the road for a couple of years. Not this year, though. So this is going to be harem-scarum stuff, isn't it? Tactically, it's going to be very interesting. 7.5 kilometres is not a long distance at all. These 30 laps will flash by.
Yeah, it's not very long for a scratch race or a qualifier. Quite a simple race, I would say, where riders will either look to take a lap to get a lap ahead or leave it down to the sprint. But of course, leaving it to the sprint is risky if too many riders do get away and get a lap ahead of the race. Of course, it's just a qualifying. This is to get into the final later today. You don't want to waste too much energy, but ultimately that can be a big risk.
Do not have to win, just have to make sure you're not in the back 12. There's Matt Bostock, and I think rightly he'd be among the favourites to take the title or medal here later on in the scratch. He's got a very fast finish, Matt Bostock. He's also hugely experienced.
Yeah, definitely. A few different favourites that we do have in the event. We have some riders, like you say, who have very fast finishes, but others who would prefer to look for taking a lap earlier in the race. Will Parrott here just not too happy with something on his wheel, so just either checking the tyre or wondering if it is central, but he's looking like he's happy to go.
Sam Fisher's also in this field, riding for the Wales Racing Academy. He was a silver medalist last year in this discipline. It's Noah Hobbs who goes in the second heat, I think, doesn't he, Noah Hobbs? Just looking down the list. Maybe he doesn't. Who took the gold medal. Sam Fisher is the second placed rider from last year as we get this race underway.
I think Noah Hobbs may be racing in the Algarve at the moment.
For his new team.
So may not be here at the moment.
So, gun goes off, race gets underway now. Sam Fisher was riding on the front. Matt Bostock pulls off the front. Very controlled pace in the opening lap. No one really wanting to take it up too much. Little bit cagey. Frank Longstaff, again, one of the private members in that sponsors quite distinctive pale Rafa jersey. Be interesting to see how this plays out.
Often with the fresh legs, there's a lot of riders just happy to keep this fairly fast on the black line, just changing off, doing maybe 20-30 meters each, but wanting to make sure that they're slotting back into the line at the right point to try and not get themselves distanced too much if any moves do start to go away.
Yes, a little bit cagey at the moment. One rider there, Will Salter, in the familiar jersey of the Alpecin Premier Tech development team. The development team, of course, of Alpecin de Koning, Mathieu van der Poel's team on the road. There'll be a natural pecking order and hierarchy within this little bunch, won't there, as well, Alistair? The key riders, the favourites maybe for the medals later on. This is just a qualifier. They'll be looking for each other, won't they? And they'll almost act unconsciously as a little group of their own to try and ensure that they're the group that goes clear, they're the group that ends up at the front, and that they'll almost work as a little team to some extent anyway.
Yeah, they can't look at each other too much. 12 riders not qualifying is a lot, and it's very hard to keep tabs on that and to even hold back enough to be confident you're not going to be one of those back Mach 12. So
yeah, nervy, isn't it?
very nervy. And as these laps do start to count down, it's going to make it much more difficult for anyone to be able to get away, to be able to get a lap as it starts to ramp up for the finish. And I think that's something that we will look at. But of course, like I said, there's riders that are more suited to that sprint, the riders that are more suited to an attack or getting away are not going to want to wait for that.
20 laps to go or thereabouts. Alice, at what point, I mean, at what point can you actually, with an attack, taking a group clear, viably think about actually going all the way to the line? 20 laps isn't much on the track, is it? But it's still perhaps a little bit of an intimidating lap tally to launch an attack just yet, which explains why it's still quite a controlled pace and a little bit cagey.
Yeah, it's within the last 6 laps is almost impossible with the bunch really building up the speed for the sprint. Before that it can be possible, but at this speed at the moment it's hard to get that element of surprise or any gap because riders can react to that so quickly. So if it does bunch up a bit, I think that's where we could see some riders try and attack, but at the moment it's still fairly fast.
Some few riders not doing any turns on the front whatsoever. Jack Crombie takes another rider on his wheel off onto the banking. 17 to go, so almost half the race distance has passed already. Everything's still very much together. Very hard to, as you say, launch a convincing move to go clear at this point. There'll be riders who are fearful of their own finishing speed and their own positioning, who'll think, if I just sit in this bunch now, I'm going to be in real difficulty when the pace goes up and when we come towards the finish line.
Yeah, the positioning going into a sprint and a scratch race can really be the undoing of your race. Being boxed in too far down and too far back can leave it almost impossible for you to even open up a sprint, and getting boxed out of it maybe by some slower riders who are starting to go backwards. So at this point, riders are going to start to look at who is around them, who they think has a fast finish, whose wheel they might want to be on. But like we've seen it, they're changing so regularly that you think you've changed and maybe you might not see the front for a couple of laps, but almost in a lap you could be back on the front again. So it's really hard to get that positioning right going into the final of a scratch race.
Will Perrott up at the top of the track there, drops down, take his place towards the back. Salter finds himself on the front, moves up the track. 2 riders just straight away, just flicking up to the top of the track, not wanting to commit at all to the front. And the closer we get now, the harder it is to do anything other than sit in this field and try and finesse as much as possible and do as little work as possible, and then think about positioning at the right moment to be in towards the front of this group. 12 riders, remember, go out at this junction in the qualifying. Matt Bostock with that silver helmet. See that rider from Wales there, just pulling up the, not without even doing a turn. That was Sam Fisher, silver medalist from last year. And all in black there. First time we managed to pick him out. And on the front now with that white silver helmet, doing a very soft turn, that's Matt Walls, who again is one of the big favourites here in this field.
Yeah, a few years since he has ridden on the track, of course, the gold medalist from the Tokyo Omnium and silver medalist in the Madison there as well. But like I said, taking time off from the track. He did also race the commies and had quite a nasty crash there.
He had a horrifying crash in London, didn't he?
Going over the fence, yeah. But coming back to the track, he was here at the Omnium Madison Championships in December. But yeah, we can see now just drifting up back onto that wheel in the black skin suit.
Yeah, there he is on the front again, Matt Bostock. Matt Walls, I should say. Bostock and Walls. Yeah, Matt Walls was riding on the road for the last couple of years for Groupama FDJ. Found himself, like many a rider, without a contract this year. A lot of riders have not had their contracts renewed, not been able to find a ride.
No,
That's really bunched, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is the danger. This is where it can get very dicey.
Yeah, there's 6 laps to go that I was talking about, where they start to look towards the finish. So Sam Fisher now is starting to move over the top, wanting to position himself with Matt Walls on his wheel. 6 laps to go. It's too early to start your sprint, but it's definitely where we can see the bunching up and you can get yourself caught in the wrong position and riders really starting to swamp you.
Well, if you're in the back 4 or 5, 6 riders there, with the way the bunch looks towards the front, you're in real difficulty, because the only way to get to the front is right the way round, the long way round at the top. And it's 4 laps, and they're going to go by very fast indeed. So you can almost discount half a dozen riders here. They're almost at this point out of it, aren't they? There's just no room on the track for them.
Yeah, exactly. Bostock's been on the front for a couple of laps now. He's not wanting to go too hard, but of course that can really lead you open. Like I say, 2 being swamped. He's lucky that he's had a rider come over the top of him now, and he's able to just have a little recovery before the sprint opens up with Perret on Bostock's wheel.
Matt Walls is in the middle of that pack and a little bit flirting a little bit with danger. 2 laps to go. Bostock is doing a tremendous amount of work, just keeping himself safe, content with Perret on his wheel, just to stay clear and take this all the way, which he's going to do. He'll be safe as houses. Doesn't have to win this qualifying heat at all, but taking the responsibility from the front to keep himself safe. Matt Walls now moves clear into 5th place, so he'll be safe as well. And I think most of the big names, as they complete their qualifier, will have to wait to see who does get eliminated, and they will have to go through with a fine tooth comb. But I can say with a degree of certainty there that Bostock, Walls, Perret, and I think Fisher were among the riders who safely through without too much dramas there.
Yeah, so a fairly standard scratch race, I would say. They're leaving it all down to the finish and the sprint. No one even looking to attack earlier on in that race, and these front riders just drifting over the line, and it's a bit further back where they're having to really fight all the way to the line to not be in that back 12.
Well, there's a big field in the scratch competition. We've got 2 more qualifying heats still to come. But before we see the second qualifying heat, next up we'll have the men's sprint quarterfinals race 1. And of course now we are into match play situation where there are 3 rounds in the quarterfinals between the match sprint pairings. After that we'll have the women's Para B semi-finals race 1, and then we'll have the second men's scratch race qualifying heat. All that's still to come as the riders get ready to do battle.
All right, guys, as I like to say, we have a real treat for you now. Alongside me is Helen, a silver medalist, 3-time world champion and world record holder. Lane, it's so nice to have you with us. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. We're all going to reflect on your brilliant career so far in just a moment, but before we do, we're here at the Lloyds National Track Championships. Could you tell us your feelings on what makes these events so special?
It's the opportunity to get a national jersey. It's the moment of your career. It happens once a year. Competing against your peers within your nation. It's special when you get them because there's so much competition for it. And it's just amazing to be in the match back.
And we're speaking on camera, and it's something we've spoken to Dan Rowe about as well. We're going head to head with your peers, your teammates. That's quite a unique situation. So does that make those jerseys even more special in some ways?
Yes, like everything. You've got up-and-comers that are like maybe taking it for the race. You might be working towards world championships. You might just come out of the competition. You might not be in the best shape, but you still got to put yourself out there and get on the line. And you might get scouted, you might not. So yes, like it's
And to be a three-time world champion is no mean feat. How do you stay hungry and keep going when you've already achieved so much success?
We stay hungry by training lots. I guess for me, I see it as I enjoy it so much that I strive to enjoy it rather than the outcomes are a result of enjoying what we're doing. And as long as I enjoy it, I'll stay hungry.
I love that. And speaking of enjoyment, I know that you put your passion for cycling into coaching as well. You're a very busy man. What's it like being on that other side, I suppose, and sharing your cycling expertise with other riders?
Yeah, so great to be able to do to share insights that I have as a rider before cycling. I was a broadcast engineer, so yeah, being able to tie in, understand what it's like to work a full-time job, understand what it's like to be a elite athlete, and tie all those things and share that with people, then excel in their endeavours. It's amazing thing to be part of, and actually practice it all into one platform now. PhDperformance.com is now live, and it's in beta testing, and it's a platform for performance insights to help people achieve and realise their goals.
You're a very busy man. I don't know how you are a three-time world champion, world record holder, you have a silver medal in the Paralympics, and you're still able to do all of that on the side. That's pretty impressive. And I'm actually a lot of today as well that you coach. So what's that like? Is it quite strange to think of match and after you coach him?
Yeah, it's cool. Actually, down in Wales, I coached him a bit when he was younger and ended up being taken on by GB. Now he's based in Wales, but he's in the Commonwealth game. It's nice to see him flourishing and doing really well.
And we should add as well, you're having some commentary box shortly. What's it like to go from cycling yourself to coaching and then to dabbling in commentary?
It was quite fun, but I've worked in tandem since I was 19, so I feel like this is actually the most favorite part of being in front of the camera, whereas before I was getting covered all the cases and services, so yeah, so I think it was quite fantastic.
Well, if you feel comfortable and you're all covered, you'll be okay in the commentary box. That's the right thing. You'll feel comfortable there. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Hopefully we'll catch up with you after with Danny and Carl. Thank you so much. Lots to look forward to here in Manchester, and we have another sprint coming up next.
So, moving into the sprint competition zone, so football units finishes in the match race qualification one. And Vostok, Bucharest, Paracycling, Short, Wars, Lloyds, Coventry, Quarterfinal, Semifinal, 32 with Sunset and Semifinal. Top 12 riders, not coming down, those are the medals, Martin is not on the single level. Apologise to G3, non-engaged, second to the ball, Rosborough, and So looking for
Right then, on we go. And, well, it only seems like a couple of minutes ago, because it was, that the big sprinters were in action, and here they are once again. It's the sprint quarterfinals. And this, of course, is race 1. And it's a clash between Hayden Norris and one of the big favourites to take back-to-back titles here, Matthew Richardson. Do the tactics change much, Alice, in the knowledge that if you lose this, you can still get through if you win the next 2 races?
I think the tactics will stay the same. These riders are going to want to win these races as easily as possible, so if they can do it in just the 2 rides, that's much better. Then there's more recovery going into the final later. But yeah, of course, you always have an extra chance if you do mess up your tactics.
So perhaps we'll see some slightly more expansive tactics. Riders prepared to try something in the knowledge that if it doesn't quite work out, they've got another chance. Let's see. European champion Matthew Richardson has got Hayden Norris exactly where he wants him here.
Yeah, Norris led off the line. In the next ride, that will be the opposite way around. So if you do have a preference, you can obviously try to change it in the race, but before you know that you have the different position the next time round, as they're really starting to ramp up into the lap to go.
Richardson still looks comfortable. Finds that very straightforward, or he makes it look very straightforward to get onto the slipstream of Hayden Norris, come round him the long way round. And that was a very comfortable victory.
It was. Hayden Norris, I mean, he would have been pretty demoralised again, knowing who he was riding against in that sprint, but he did still have an opportunity to take a surprise. Richardson kind of sat up as he got alongside. At this point, if he kicked again, maybe he would have taken Richardson by surprise and been able to take him to the line, but yeah, comfortable from Matthew Richardson there.
Yes, that, you can almost see the moment where he just gives up, effectively concedes the round, concedes the race, Hayden Norris. And yet he had the racing line. Archie Gill next against Joe Truman. Gill will be leading off. Truman will be leading off. Thank you. Correcting me there.
Joe Truman further down the track on the Hope bike, held by Jason Kenny and Helen Scott there holding Gill.
This is where this event does start to get just that little bit more serious now. The cream has risen to the top. Margins between these riders less substantial, perhaps. And again, riders who know one another extremely well, know this track extremely well. Race 1 in the quarterfinals. Gill just toying with Truman a little bit there, and again just feinting as if he's about to take the racing line into the slipstream, but goes really wide, has to go the long way round, shuts the gap down to Truman. Can he get round him though the long way? Running him very close here, Truman holding that racing line, and it's just too much in the end for Gill.
Just keep darting down the track to try and make Joe Truman go down, so he hasn't got that height to gain that speed from. Doing it a couple of times, and of course Joe Truman not wanting to give up that lower spot at the front, but Gill just not able to get around him on that final bend.
Yeah, it's an interesting tussle, that one though. You can see what Gill was trying to do. Truman, though, had the answer. But it wasn't as straightforward as perhaps it looks at the end when they come over the line. They had to work pretty hard for that. Remember, that's just race one. They will meet potentially 2 more times. So we see Pete Mitchell there riding for Blackline, the only non-GB team-inspired rider left in this competition. Obviously survived whatever little look the commissaires were having at his victory in the previous round. Didn't look like much, and I think it's probably the right decision that he's hereby rights the British national champion from 2 years ago, silver medalist last year, up against Harry Ledingham-Horn, also a medalist here last year. For Mitchell, you just get this sense that he just wants this title very, very badly. Wants to go as deep into this competition as he can. There was a lot of stubborn refusal to capitulate in his victory in the previous round.
Yeah.
Where he tactically was on the back foot and he had to do it by strength in the end, didn't he?
Definitely, and like you said earlier, this championships will be one of his biggest goals of the year, so can really put everything into it. We know that the other riders have, some of them already been at the European Championships and have World Cups coming up as well, so a big focus for Pete Mitchell. We can see he's just getting a rush. Is he able to get on the hip and around Ledingham-Horn?
We've seen him do it before, watch out, he's coming with a charge, but this time he finds an opponent in Harry Ledingham-Horn, who had enough in the locker to see off the challenge of Pete Mitchell, and Mitchell's going to have to find an answer in the next round, next race between these two, otherwise he's out. He kept a cool head there, Ledingham-Horn, backed himself to hold the marauding Mitchell at bay, did the right thing, took the racing line, pushed him up on the track, and wins by a bike length. Finally, Pettifer against Hiley. I think Pettifer's been very convincing so far. It's looked really good. The 19-year-old. But of all the competitors to this point, it has looked like Matt Richardson is in cruise control.
Yeah, he's looked very easy in any race that he has done. He was clearly the fastest in qualifying yesterday,
Yep.
and we know he has that speed to be able to correct any tactical issues as well at the moment. So, yeah, very
He's going to be a
impressive.
hard nut to crack, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. But this could be one of the closest sprints that we do have in this round.
So it's Pettifer who's on the front with the white bike right up on the banks now. Marcus Hiley just drops down. Yeah, hard one to call this between these two. Similar looking riders, similar riding styles. Take the bell, and Pettifer takes that as the signal to go, unleashes his terminal sprint a long way out. Has he gone a little bit too early? Because Hiley shuts the gap to him and is coming charging around the outside. Oh, that's close, but Pettifer just holds him off, and he takes race one. More to come in that contest, though. That was very tight between those two.
Yeah, a very tight contest there, like we said. Potentially 2 more rides between these riders. 2 of the younger riders on the sprint squad as well. You can kind of tell it, the older riders, the riders who are on the podium programme, they have most likely the Hope bike. The younger riders who are more on a sprint academy having different bikes, a mixture of bikes. So still young riders, and we'll learn so much, again, like we've said, from this competition. from being around the other sprinters, the likes of Matt Richardson as well, and learning how they're handling themselves in these championships, what they're doing to prepare from them. And it's not every day that you get to do that, so really making the most of that.
Absolutely. So we welcome back the para-athletes now, the women's para-B sprinters and the tandems. Visually impaired rider at the back, pilot at the front. It's all about the understanding between these two riders, the familiarity with one another, the control of the tandem. You've got two riders, trained athletes with so much power going through those cranks. They're difficult machines to master. But this pair of Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hull are going to be very hard to beat. They are, in terms of their achievements, head and shoulders above their rivals in this competition. And they will get onto the track for the first of the two semi-finals. They will be taking on Ella Bryant and Georgina Oakley, who've got it all to do. This is only race one, in the much like with the men's sprint. It's the best of three. So they started their race a little bit early, and they're just going to have to take a lap now.
I think the tandems have to start from the pursuit line in a sprint, which is halfway down the start-finish straight, whereas with what we've seen in the match sprints before, they start actually on the finish line. I would assume, because obviously they're much harder to control, just giving them a little bit more time before they hit the bankings.
And that is expert insider track knowledge there, Alice. Thank you for interpreting that for us. Yeah, it says a lot about the difficulties of controlling these treacherous machines. Just that little bit more run up until they get into the banking. So, take their place now alongside one another. Unwin and Hull seeing the funny side of that. Bryant and Oakley just looking focused, knowing that they've got an almighty job on their hands here to challenge Unwin and Hull. Oakley and Hull, the two pilots, stablemates. But Ella Bryant and Georgina Oakley themselves are a new pairing in these championships.
Now, we thought that moving around the track and looking around and gaining that height and darting underneath was difficult before in the sprints, then this is even harder, because to throw a tandem around and make those moves is even more difficult.
How much communication is there between pilot and rider at the back on the track, or is it all done on feel and instinct? And especially for a pairing like Unwin and Hull, I guess a lot of it is just knowing instinctively what phase of racing they're in.
Yeah, the pilot obviously controlling the bike, needing to make those calls and being able to read what's going on around them is definitely the most important thing. And yeah, kind of the rider behind just doing everything, putting the power out through the pedals and kind of following the pedal style of the pilot in front. But a really easy win there for Unwin and Hull.
Smooth progress there. That's going to be very difficult for Bryant and Oakley to reverse. But Hull and Unwin doing enough to win race one very comfortably against their opponents. Four-time medalists at the Paralympic Games in Paris a couple of years ago now. 2 golds, 2 silvers. And as I was saying earlier, but you may not have been watching, for which you're forgiven, involved in a fascinating controversy 4 years ago at the Commonwealth Games at the track in London, where they were awarded a bronze medal, or they thought they were. They certainly finished in 3rd place in the competition, but there weren't enough entrants to actually, according to the regulations, get a bronze medal. So they set about a little protest all of their own during the medal ceremony and sort of slightly disrupted it.
Much bigger crossover in paracycling as well. Those riders also competing in the road races, in the Olympics and the World Championships as well. So being able to have that crossover from a sprint event on the track and also competing in the road race. So
we've got our second pairing here in the second semi-final. And you're looking at Georgina Bullen being piloted by Miriam Jessett on the front. Again, a new pairing. And they're up against a pair who know each other very well. They come from the same cycling club in Beeston. Eva Hawg piloting Selvi Krishna. Everyone steady, good to go. And this could be a much tighter affair. Harder to predict this one. And Hawg going the long way rounds, just cranking it up a little bit, increasing the pace, and there's a response from Bullen and Jessett. Sense that Krishna and Hawg are just waiting, looking perhaps for an opportunity to drop down onto the racing line. They take the bell, and that is the signal for Bullen and Jessett just to inject a bit more pace. A response is required from Krishna and Hawg now, otherwise this race is got away from them, and indeed it has. Taken the bell, they're not going to be able to shut that gap down, so race one by some margin will go to Bullen and Jessett. So they'll be back on the track, those pairings, at least once more in around about half an hour's time, depending on how quickly the other races are raced. But we are going to get the second and we think final qualifying heat in the men's scratch race next. I say we think because we're in our commentary booth here drowning in results and start lists and paper, just trying to piece together who's actually signed on to take part. But this is definitely the second heat, and I've been handed the results from the first qualifying heat actually, and the 12 names who went out, I'm struggling to see any big name riders who missed out in that selection. I think most of the key riders are pretty much there and safe in the front end of that race. Matt Bostock, Will Peretz, Matt Walls, Sam Fisher, all safely through. But Alice Wood, in this second qualifying heat, is someone who shares your name. Tell us about Ollie Woods, who happens to be your husband.
Yeah, hopefully qualifying today.
Your neutrality is going to be sorely tested at this point, isn't it, Alice? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Ollie Wood, if you're looking for him, is wearing that light grey kit. He's number 143. A long career on the track, hasn't he, Ollie? I don't know how, it's almost a decade I would have thought of racing. There he is.
Yeah, committing to the track, has been in multiple championships and yeah, focusing on LA Olympics. He has won this race a couple of times. We were trying to work it out. We actually couldn't work out if it was elite or under 23, but we don't think there's a under 23 nationals. So
I think, well, by my reckoning, he's won it twice in 2014 and 2018.
Also been European scratch race champion, but like we said, it's all down to tactics, being in the right position, making sure you're remaining on the correct lap as the majority of the other riders, and still being there in with a chance for the sprint. So all of these riders needing to focus on this race. It's only the qualifier, but making your way into the final is what's the most important thing.
So it's a very short distance for a scratch race, just 7.5 kilometres. I think I'm right in saying after this round it's 10 kilometres, isn't it? Yeah, you're nodding. And off we go on the formation lap.
So
or maybe not.
On the blue band, or on the fence as well, you have to line up in the correct order that you are on the start list in. So potentially Actually, I think the
few riders out of order.
And were out of order and having to regain that right order. And of course, the other riders don't want to just be sat on the fence for that time, either wanting to spin around. So also moving. So hopefully they can get it right the next time.
Gives us a chance just to tick off a few of the riders. That was George Gray of the Paracycling team, which is Dutch for pancake, isn't it? I would imagine they're a Belgian team. Rider number 50 there. I can't tell you who he is, not on my start list. Oh, yes, he is. Keir Gaffney of the Rider Revolution coaching team. In deep conversation with James Ambrose Parish of One Life Cycling.
His current elimination champion is Ambrose Parish as well, which was only held back in October, and there is another elimination tomorrow, so not holding that title
for a full year. That's hard, isn't it?
Unless he does win it again.
Unless he wins it again, yep. Elimination race, of course, one of the most enjoyable sights, I think, in all of track racing. Right, let's see if they can line themselves up properly this time. Get the right order. Another one of those brightly liveried Holsworth bikes in this bunch. This one being piloted by Philip Campbell of the Hoop Watch team. So there's a little gap there. One rider just slots in to take his position third from the front. And hopefully we'll get this second heat, final heat of the scratch qualification underway now. Just double checking everyone's in their right place, which I think we are. And they're good to roll off. The race will only start when the pistol is fired, and the commissaires are happy that everybody's in the right place and safely up and running, and then we can get the race started. And it'll go by very quickly indeed. It'd be interesting to see whether we have the same script as we did in the opening heat, where nothing really happened until the very last, and we get a little glimpse of that rider there from the Visma Lisa Bike development team, Elliott Rowe, as we get the race underway in that very distinctive, very famous kit that's won the Tour de France for Jonas Vingegaard of last few years. Elliott Rowe is a rider many of you will be seeing for the first time, but there's a lot of chat about Elliott Rowe, isn't there?
Yeah, very strong rider. I believe will step up to the World Tour next year. Very promising British rider on the track, but also on the road. I think he'll be doing big things. He was also Ollie's partner in the Madison Nationals back in December, where they got second. He again is a very young rider as well, so starting to find his feet, I would say, being on that development team.
Scottish rider, just 19 years of age. They just get younger and younger, it's crazy. So he'll be among the riders fully expecting to navigate his way through the difficulties and the perils of this scratch race and finish in the front half of the bunch. Remember, just like in Heat 1, 12 riders will be eliminated and won't go through to the next round. Flick of the elbow there, Archie Fletcher moves through to the front. Ryan Oldfield, I think, taking over now, and Elliott Rowe just noodling around towards the back, doesn't want to get involved in any of the work at the front at the moment, which is, while the race is as relatively becalmed tactically as this point, absolutely his right, and the smart thing to do, probably, just stay out of it all.
Yeah, and like we've seen, very short turns being done on the front by the riders.
By your husband?
by them dropping back down quite soon in the peloton, or in the bunch, sorry, it's very hard for, if you are at the back, to then start to move up unless the riders do start to move in behind you.
Yeah.
So just at the moment, the group will just be finding their feet a bit. We can see it is all in one line like we saw in the previous heat. The previous heat just under 9 minutes long, so it is a very quick race for these riders, and not much time if you want to do anything other than leave it until the sprint.
Yeah, Elliott Rowe notable by his absence. He's not done a single turn on the front. He's not been anywhere near the front. There he is. That little flash of yellow, 5 riders from the back of the bunch, where he's just playing a very canny waiting game at the moment.
Will Tidball, also in this race, has previously been scratch race world champion back in Glasgow, so another rider very good at this discipline. Like we said before, very important to get the timings right, but maybe we are starting to look further towards the back, where, like you said in the previous heat, riders may be looking at each other a little bit more, but a big risk in case gaps do start to open up. We are seeing that a little bit now, and riders may start to look at taking that lap.
Well, this changes the script a little bit. We've got an attack, and that's going to enliven things a little bit. Denham Edwards of the Cycling Sheffield team launches off the front. That's a long way to solo, but it is a tactic if he can get a little group to go clear now. Maybe he doesn't back himself in the sprint, doesn't want to take the chance of just finishing in the bunch and being boxed out of it. So this is probably exactly the right thing to do. It's a dangerous move, because if you blow up, it could explode in your face. But if you think you're going to be eliminated anyway, then a throw of the dice is not the worst option here, Ace.
Yeah, with 12 riders not making qualification, it is a very tough position to be in, and to be a lap up is definitely something that can calm the nerves a little bit and put you at a huge advantage, not having to risk getting involved in the sprint and having to worry about positioning.
And Edwards then has got company, and that's perfect for him, and they've got a bit of a gap. Daniel Thompson, another rider trying to get across. They could do with having maybe 2 or 3 more, but no more than that. And Elliott Rowe has just suddenly appeared towards the front. He's just wary of his positioning, and now he finds himself on the front, Elliott Rowe. But these two have got a couple of seconds of a gap, and only 14 laps to go. But each successive one of these laps is going to feel very, very hard indeed now. 13 to go.
This race is splitting up a lot more than the one we had behind. It's kind of in 2 halves at the moment, and like we said, having to monitor who are in those moves. I think it's only 11 riders that go through from this heat, only 12 not making it through, which is how they look at qualification, is for the riders that don't make it through.
They've still got this quarter lap, maybe a third of a lap's advantage. 11 laps to go. It's a good move. It's giving them a real chance. Daniel Thompson from the Harrogate Nova race team, and Denham Edwards from Sheffield, a Yorkshire 2-up attack. And if anything, it's stalling a little bit behind. It's almost as if the bunch are almost conceding this advantage to these 2 riders. And if that's the case, although a counter-attack appears to have come from one rider at least, although he sits up, and the closer we get to the finishing line, the more the likelihood that these 2 are just going to be let go.
Yeah, but as we do get closer and closer to the finish, we can see that they're starting to halt a bit, about half a lap, and the speed that the bunch do bring in to the finish is so much that these gaps can close down really quickly, and you've put so much effort into it, then you'll have nothing left for the final.
Hollywood just did a turn on the front, peeled off. All these key riders back in the remainder of the bunch are conserving their effort. Remember, the win is of no relevance here. It's just a question of finishing in the front 11 of the race. But it's looking like it might be the front 9 of the race, because these 2 are stealing, at the moment, the 1st and 2nd place on the road. They've got half a lap.
Working together really well. as well at the moment. They just need to keep building on this gap, so it's almost impossible to shut it down when the bunch and the sprinters open up behind. But we've had another attacker from behind as Reece Britton goes over the top of the bunch.
Thomas Abbey is the rider caught in between the front of the race and the bunch with 6 laps to go. Abbey might be being reeled in here. He's made a little bit of progress across to the front. There he is, Abbey, but that's the front of the race, and it's a very strong ride from Denham Edwards and Daniel Thompson. Abbey caught in no man's land, but they're closer to home now. 4.5 laps to go for these two. Are they going to get their reward? In particular from Denham Edwards, who kicked that all off. He was the first rider to attack, and he's still off the front. Abbey's winching his way across. Might be 3 off the front here. 4 laps to go. Another counter-attack coming over the top. Abbey is just still stuck, not making any progress at all across to the front of the race, where they're getting very close now. That's Archie Fletcher, who's attacked off the front of the remainder of the bunch. Well, he's working on the front of the bunch, and they've caught Abbey. And like you say, suddenly now, the 2 riders at the front are being hunted down. The speed at which the bunch are coming, they're going to take the bell next time. Can they hang on and take those first 2 places and avoid sinking and being caught and swept up by the bunch? If the bunch catch them, they could be absolutely swallowed here and end up, after all that, out of the top placings. They're coming fast, but I think those 2 attackers are going to hold on, and they will be safe. That was a brilliant bit of riding. Brilliant bit of riding. I think the actual heat went to Reece Britton, as you say. He took a lot of responsibility of bringing that bunch back. But Edwards and Thompson, in my opinion, were the real winners of that heat, and they backed themselves, attacked a long way out, and finished in the top 5 places.
Yeah, definitely. They committed a lot to that. Very lucky at the point that they were caught. But because it was a qualifying, it looked like the bunch and the riders that were at the front of it were quite happy with where they were finishing in that qualifying, and didn't get rushed or caught too early to just be in that top 11.
And there is Ollie Wood, your other half, safely through by the looks of it, on the wheel of Reece Britton. So some of the more experienced riders navigating their way through perfectly comfortably. Ollie actually finishing in 3rd place there on the heat.
Yeah, Will Tidball making it through, as well as Elliot Rose, some of the riders we had previously spoken about in that heat.
Will Tidball riding for a French amateur club, the Velo Club Ile-Franche-Beaujolais. It's not a bad place to live. Well, that was much more interesting and tactically nuanced, I think, than the previous heat, that where the bunch just stayed together and they just took their chances in the sprint. That had a lot of drama about it.
Yeah, definitely, and like we said, those riders who weren't confident in that sprint, taking that chance to try and attack before, get themselves up the road. We did see it stall quite a lot, so they weren't able to get the lap, but had just enough going into that sprint to be able to hold it off.
Right, back with the sprinters then. And it's race 2 in the quarterfinals for the men's sprints. Next up on the track. And Hayden Norris has the monumental task of trying to get one over Matt Richardson here. And if he doesn't, he's going to be eliminated. That's the problem that faces Hayden Richardson. His name's Matt Richardson, and he's looked absolutely unruffled so far in his 2 races. Like it's been a stroll in the park for him, the European champ. Hasn't been pushed yet. Norris is going to have to do something possibly quite risky here, or quite expansive, and try and change the script.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe try and take Richardson by surprise, but it's going to be a very difficult thing to do. Matt Richardson, I'm not sure he forgot his overshoes today, but gone for the no socks, which is a new one for me.
So last chance saloon here for Hayden Norris, up against the big race favourite to take the national title here. Has the slight advantage, Norris, of the fact that Richardson has to lead off the line. Well, clutching at straws, really, but it is a slight advantage.
Yeah, being able to focus on looking forward, Richardson obviously having to look behind, and maybe will be a little bit worried that he may get jumped slightly, so having to keep an eye on him. Maybe looking now that like we might have our first track stand.
Here we go. No, almost. They toyed with the idea, didn't they?
Richardson wanting to look like he wants to get behind here at the moment. And maybe he does want Hayden Norris to think, okay, if he's going to stop, then I'm going to really attack him now. But Richardson may be confident he can predict that and get on the wheel of him straight away.
Toying with him a bit, isn't he, Richardson? And looks around to see if he's got the gap, which he has. Norris is having to go very deep here if they take the bell, just to be in the same ballpark, on the same track as Richardson, who opens up his sprint very early, goes clear, and Hayden Norris, nothing he can do. Already beaten with half a lap to go. Yeah, it's awe-inspiring. Matt Richardson close to his very best there, and Norris was powerless to do anything about it. Richardson at a canter goes through to the next round. As good as Norris is, there was nothing that he could do about that. There's a gulf in class at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Richardson beating Harry Labrazen in the European Championship sprints, which is something that you don't hear happens very often with Harry Labrazen being so dominant. So the form he is on is clearly very, very good at the moment. Again, setting some really fast flying 200-metre times as well in the European Championships, and even yesterday as well here at sea level. So some really impressive form from Richardson.
Well, this tussle was much closer in race one between Joe Truman and Archie Gill. But it's Gill who has to win this one to force a decider now. A smaller by far of the two riders and leading off the line. Joe Truman is a giant, isn't he?
Yeah, very tall rider, and like I said, has had some back issues in the recent years, but really starting to get on top of it and really starting to come into his own. He's been part of this squad for so many years, but is starting now to pick up some of those championship medals and getting himself into that team sprint team as well.
Turning an absolutely monstrous gear there, isn't he, Joe Truman? Oof. Truman almost teasing Gill into thinking about committing to the move, and then gets that big gear going. Truman comes round him. Can he take the racing line and the bell? And he does, and that forces Gill wide and high to close the gap. Gets in the slipstream of the bigger rider though, takes the racing line, tries to hold it. Forced off there.
I would think that the commissaires will give that to Gill, just because Will wasn't down in the line. Joe Truman obviously didn't want to go down into the sprint line, but I think left it a little bit too late. But we shall see what the commissaires make of that.
Yeah. Well, if that's the way it goes for Gill, you have to credit him. That's a brave move there. That was a fascinating race. We'll have to see whether we get another encounter between these two. Looking down into the track centre there, I can see the There's a gaggle of commissaires gathered around a monitor. No word yet on whether there's any reversal.
Of course, with it being best of 3 races, it may be that we do see this come down to another ride for these two.
Are you a lip reader? Can you lip read there, Alice? Martin Bridgman. His face never gives anything away, does it? He's got the driest poker face in the game. Anyway, while we wait for news of a possible reversal in the previous race, let us enjoy this encounter between Peter Mitchell, who's going to lead off the line, and he's up against Harry Ledingham-Horn. And we're just seeing information on the big screen here that you can't see, that Joe Truman has indeed been relegated, and race 2 goes to Archie Guild. So we're going to get a decider between those two a little bit later. Are we going to get a decider between Pete Mitchell and Harry Ledingham-Horn? If we do, Mitchell has to win that. Looking forward to this one. So much experience, Pete Mitchell, former national champion, of course, medalist here last year, has looked in really good shape. It was his first, well, obviously his first defeat in the in race 1 between these two, because it's been sudden death up till now. What can he do to turn tables on Harry Ledingham-Horn, himself also a medalist here at these championships last year?
Yeah, I think one of the closer races in speed and power, but tactically maybe Pete Mitchell not quite getting it right in the last round, so just maybe needing to think more about that. Maybe he hasn't seen Harry Ledingham-Horn race so much in match sprints, because those positions in the championships that happen have been taken by some of the other riders in the squad, so it's really hard to know some of the riders and their tactics sometimes.
Mitchell really winding it up here. Ledingham-Horn having to battle a little bit at this early stage. They take the bell, a couple of bike lengths. Mitchell out of the saddle again, just holding on to that 2-3 bike length advantage and making Ledingham-Horn work very hard just to get onto his wheel. Now, can Mitchell go again? He's got the racing line. Can he hold off Ledingham-Horn? It's going to be close. Ledingham-Horn comes to the Russian tee. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe Mitchell held him off there.
I think Ledingham-Horn might have just got that by maybe a tyre width on the line, but Pete Mitchell looks so strong on the bike even when he's at full speed, but Ledingham-Horn just maybe having enough time, as we're going to see it here.
He's been given it. He's been given it on the big scoreboard. Gets a round of applause. Yeah.
Very close one, and we did say at the start, I think it's probably the closest one that they've got tactically, both playing into their hand, but Pete Mitchell there, unfortunately, not making it through.
No repeat of his national championship then from 2 years ago. I thought he might have just got there on the bike throw, but no. So, Matt Richardson through, Harry Ledingham-Horn through. We're going to get a third race between Truman and Gill to separate those two. And one more pairing in the second race. Still to come, Ollie Pettifer against Marcus Hiley. Well, that result has only just been officially confirmed, hence the reason for the slight delay there. Pettifer up higher on the banking. Hiley, oh, got that the wrong way round. Pettifer's on the will be leading off here. Hiley up higher on the banking. Pettifer, though, with his nose in front in this tie between the two of them, having won race one. It was close, this one, very close.
Yeah, it was close. Two of the younger riders in the sprint competition, like we said, just getting themselves onto the British programme, onto the academy programme, starting to learn their ways in that sprint programme with some great guidance and riders around them.
Pettifer coming for a rush now to try and take that racing line, but Hiley was wise to it, but he continues his momentum, goes over the top of Hiley. It's a big move from Pettifer. Try and take this one all the way, takes the bell, he's got 5, 6, 7, 8 bike lengths. Hiley now has to shut this down on the back straight, and I don't think he's going to be able to. Pettifer should see this one home. Hiley coming with a charge, but Pettifer holds on. And Ollie Pettifer wins for a second time, and that's the end of the road for Marcus Hiley. So Pettifer will take his place in the last four. So just one of the ties will go to a third race. We'll see Joe Truman and Archie Gill duke it out for a place in the semi-finals.
Which of course is a huge disadvantage for the riders that do have to go for an extra ride, with having that in your legs going into the next round, especially for sprinters to be able to recover from that is much more difficult. And I think Joe Truman will be kicking himself slightly with that mistake that he made, just staying out of that sprinter's line and leaving the door open and then closing it on Archie Gill.
So we've got race 2 of the women's Para B semi-finals now. And this, normally, 99 times out of 100, this race would be something of a formality here. Ella Bryant and Georgina Oakley stand on the brink of elimination here. Very much the junior pairing up against the illustrious Unwin and Hull. They won the first race comfortably, did Unwin and Hull, and they will be very, very confident of taking it home now. They could win this so many different ways, couldn't they? That's the thing. When you've got this sort of dominance and experience, there are multiple different ways in which you can approach getting this race won.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, they still have rides left to do today, so still important to make sure that they're not wasting energy and that they can back them up. So of course, if they were to go from the gun and do those 3 laps full gas, it's going to take a lot longer to recover from that, and still not, you know, making sure that they're making any mistakes and actually leaving anything out on the track to, yeah, like we saw before with Joe Truman, you can't really mess up something in a sprint with something so easy. They're easily riding away now. And
yeah, Hull looks round, checks, sees the gap is an irretrievable gap, and there's an economy of effort now as they coast towards the line, doing what was required, but really no more than that. And Ella Bryant and Georgina Oakley fall to the twin might of Unwin and Hull, as you would expect. So going very much according to form, they are going to be formidably difficult to beat. In the final. These, of course, the semi-finals, one pairing still to come. Before the afternoon is out, we are actually going to see some medals being decided in the women's Para C1 and 3 and the women's Para C4 to 5 time trial categories over 1 kilometre. That's still to come. But first of all, Georgina Bullen and Miriam Jessett take a one-race advantage into race 2 against Selvi Krishna and Eva Haug, and not perhaps with the same dominance of Unwin and Hole, but it was fairly straightforward in the first race for Bullen and Jessett to beat the pair from the Beeston CC. All set. And off we go. So Krishna and Haug have to find an answer here. Otherwise they, much like Bryant and Oakley, will be eliminated at this stage. And they lead off. Physiologically, they're much slighter of build, the pairing from the Beeston CC, than their opponents. They don't look like traditional sprinters so much.
They were the team that were kept high up on the track in the previous race and really having to go the long way round. So obviously with starting in different positions, opposite way rounds this time, they are able to do that to their opponents and keep them high on the track. So really now starting to drop down with a lap to go and really open this up.
Well, they are forcing their opponents the long way round and making it hard for them. Bullen and Jessett have just got that extra bit of power when required, and as Krishna and Haug fade a little bit, Miriam Jessett just looks around, checks the pilot, and she and Georgina Bullen make that look fairly straightforward. So we know who's going to be in the final now. It will be Georgina Bullen and Miriam Jessett. They'll be taking on the strong favourites, Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hole. Final though won't be until later on this evening. So no third race required in either of the semi-finals in the women's Para B sprint competition. Running a little bit ahead of schedule, significantly ahead of schedule here in Manchester as well, so there'll be a little brief pause in the racing. But when we return, it'll be the individual pursuit for the men's Para B qualifying 4 kilometres.
it's just kind of all up next excitement. It's just
nutrition part of
Right, the individual pursuit in paracycling now for men. The Para B. This is qualifying. We'll have 3 heats, and first up, though, in the first heat, as Tim Caldwell makes his way to his machine, along with Benedict Elliott, his pilot. They are going to be the only riders on the track. There's just one tandem on the track as they try and set the fastest time. There are a total of 5 tandems we're going to see over the course of 3 heats, and the fastest 2 riders will go to race for gold, and the 3rd and 4th fastest riders will race for bronze. So one of these tandems will be eliminated over the course of the next 3 heats, if that makes sense. Tim Caldwell, the rider from the Weaver Valley Club there, lost his sight after a cardiac arrest when he was in his 40s, and has committed to tandem racing ever since. Record-breaking tandem racing at that. Achieved a record for the fastest accumulative time crossing the United Kingdom by tandem bicycle about 5 years ago. So quite a force to be reckoned with. Piloted by Benedict Elliott. Over 4 kilometres then. This individual pursuit in the Para B classification. After that, we'll have 2 tandems on the track for the next heat. But it's an opportunity here to set a benchmark time and to see how well it stacks up. Tim Caldwell in his 50s now, 51 years of age. But rock steady on that tandem. About a minute into the effort, I'm asking myself what a good time would be here. Time to beat.
Qualifying time for the championships is 5:15. Which I believe will be their personal best. So just looking to better that, I would say, get a personal best, and like you say, set a good benchmark for the remaining heats that we do have, looking to qualify for a final.
Committed career built by Tim Caldwell since that appalling incident a number of years ago now. In fact, 13 years since he did suffer from that cardiac arrest that cost him his sight. He was actually effectively hypoxic for over an hour, had effectively stopped breathing, although his son Kyle and his wife Jen were on hand. They were with him and they kept him effectively alive by resuscitating him. But he's had to relearn how to walk, and his sight has never returned. But this is what cycling and the development of the paracycling sports is able to offer people: an opportunity to rediscover something, reshape their lives, and go off to do quite extraordinary things. Competing here at the British National Championships, and as I say, breaking that record of a tandem across the length of the United Kingdom a few years ago as well.
100%. It gives you something to fight back for, and to have the opportunity to be here at the National Championships on the track, and to have the ability and the pilot to be able to do that definitely gives him something to race for and to fight for, and to have targets and aims as well.
Pilot Benedict Elliott going very deep here. 3 minutes and 13 seconds into this effort, so a couple more minutes of effort. 2,500 metres done, 1,500 metres to go for this pair. Their efforts being appreciated by the crowd in the home straight here as they pass through the finishing line in front of the gathering crowd. More spectators to be expected this evening, and of course into the weekend. It is, after all, a Friday afternoon where lots of people apparently are at work. End of half term though, plenty of kids here to get possibly their first glimpse of track racing, get an appreciation for the different events.
Benedict Elliott just coming off of those tri-bars, so really starting to struggle now. 3 laps to go, so
holding that position is so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is difficult, and I don't know, but I would imagine also to control a tandem as well, with the twitchy nature of it, and the movement must be even more difficult.
So using those bars. .500 metres to go, 2 laps of the velodrome. They'll get the bell next time around. Nearly done. Should be close to a personal best time for them. .250 metres of agony left for these two to set their benchmark time for the coming 4 tandems to try and beat. Next up, Morgan Fiesnoys and Chris Latham, who's a very experienced pilot, face off against Chris Wilkins and Adam Duggleby. And that is that. The agony is over, and 5:21.23 for Caldwell and Elliott. Benedict Elliott did everything that he could there, the rider from the VC Saint Raphael club. To support his rider, Tim Caldwell, hats off to the pair of them. First of the individual pursuit men's Para B tandems to set a time here in Manchester at the British National Championships. Some world champions. Chris Latham. He's been around as part of the British cycling scene as pilot for a long, long time, hasn't he, Chris Latham? Racing on the road and the track. And he is piloting the rider Morgan Fiesnoys, who is himself a prodigiously talented and much decorated Paralympic rower. So one of a number of riders actually who've discovered cycling coming from the world of rowing. Seen that down the years very often, haven't we, Alice? I think they're very comparable physiologically, the two sports.
Yeah, definitely. Both very tough sports, using a lot of power from your legs, and like you say, Chris Latham there in the World Championship skin suit. He won that with Steve Bate back in October. It was Steve Bate's last ever race before retirement, and I believe also was where Chris Latham's baby was born when he was out in Rio, the baby coming a month early, so unfortunately missing the birth of that, but still picking up World Champs bands with Steve Bate in his retirement race.
That's a tough trade-off, isn't it? World Championships bands will be there for the birth of your child. Some dedication to the sport, though. And they're up against Chris Wilkins, being piloted by Adam Duggleby. Five minutes, 21 seconds and 23.23 is the time to beat, set by Caldwell and Elliott. Two tandems now on the track. Fiesnoys and Latham. Fiesnoys from Wiltshire, Bradford-on-Avon. And he has got, I mean, Chris Latham is a hugely experienced and talented pilot.
He is. He transferred onto the para program, being a pilot a while ago now. He was on the British Cycling Academy, and then made that transition over, and like we say, has won many titles with Steve Bate. With his retirement now, obviously has a new partner who he is piloting. Fiesnoys looking very good on the back of the bike behind Chris. They've picked up pretty big gap already on their opponents that are on the track, and will look to build on that for the remainder of this race. But of course, like we said, it's the same as the women's IP earlier, looking to qualify that fastest or second fastest time to be in with a shout of a gold medal.
Fiesnoys with the front of his visor and his helmet literally resting on the backside of Chris Latham there. It's an undignified position, but it's the fastest position, isn't it, to hold that aerodynamic position. And also, I have to say, Wilkins and Duggleby look like a very well-drilled tandem as well.
Yeah, both pairs looking really good on the bikes. I believe they are GBCT tandems, so both very similar, but we can even see Fiesnoys, he's gripping the top tube between Chris Latham's legs, so really trying to tuck in, get his shoulders tucked in, because of course the airflow over two riders can really be disrupted, so he needs to try and narrow that down as much as possible.
Very well observed, Alison. Not sure I've ever seen that before, or maybe it is normal in the highly developed world of track racing. I presume it's a legal position with the hands there, but it's clearly making an aerodynamic. And you can just see how fast they are, and they are gaining rapidly now on Wilkins and Duggleby.
Yeah, really making good inroads to this pair in front. Adam Duggleby, also a rider who does a lot of riding in the able-bodied events, being the pilot, so is a really experienced track racer, but being on the front of that tandem, they are also building into their ride, 35 seconds up on the previous heat as well. So again, looking to set one of the top two times, and we may see this pair or these two teams go up against each other again later. But Chris Latham and Fiesnoys really bringing that gap in, and we'll just look for a really smooth overtake on the straight if they possibly can.
Likewise, actually, now that you've mentioned it, Chris Wilkins has got the same position there, with his hands past the seat post and onto the top tube of the tandem, as Latham and Fiesnoys come past. And they've got clear track in front of them, and they're already a minute up on the best time so far of Caldwell and Elliott. Fiesnoys, though, giving Chris Latham all the benefit of those rowers' lungs and legs of his. A medalist at the para rowing event in Budapest a few years ago. Knows what it is to get over the line and take back some silverware in that sport. And they have taken the front of the race now from Wilkins and Duggleby.
They have, but Duggleby and Wilkins now being able to get into the slipstream, so just being able to follow, they're actually gaining distance back on Latham, so they're going to need to be careful, especially when Fiesnoys and Latham swing up the track to once they have finished, and we can just see that there, so making sure they're not overlapping, and it looks like a very hard effort from both pairs there.
So 4:07.21 is the new fastest time. Fiesnoys and Chris Latham, that might be hard to beat. And finishing 8 and a bit seconds down on them, and in provisional second place at 4:15.5 dead, Wilkins and Duggleby. So one of these tandems will not progress in this competition and won't be in the either the race for gold or bronze. One more heat to go. And that multicoloured kit there is the pilots working with Chris McDonald. And there is the Fiesnoys extreme position on the bike. Nose buried in Chris Latham's backside and the hands stretched a long way up that top tube as they come soaring past. A very good performance from Chris Wilkins and Adam Duggleby. But that is a very good pairing, as is evidenced by the fact that Chris Latham, as the pilot, albeit with another partner, as you can see, is the world champion. So then, John Archibald, brother of the illustrious champion Katie, but a very good pursuiter in his own right, is the pilot for Chris McDonald, 37 years of age. Chris from Bristol, born with a congenital cataract ocular hypertension disorder, so from birth has had very limited eyesight. But, representing Great Britain in paracycling over recent years. And they are up against Josh Matten, being piloted by Snowden Brearley from the Macclesfield Wheelers. There's Matten, I should say, just clips in. He's had an interesting career, hasn't he, John Archibald, to this point? A little bit of experience on the road, plenty on the track. And now entering the world of paracycling. So 4 minutes, 7 seconds and 21 seconds, the time to beat. Perhaps more realistically, 4:15.5, the time to beat if you want to get into second place, but we'll have to see how they go. Already, even on that opening lap, it does appear as if McDonald and Archibald going that little bit faster on the track than Matten and Brearley, but that would be going according to form and no big surprise. Yeah, there's quite a difference in the opening few laps in pace between these two tandems. Archibald and McDonald now pretty close to making the catch, and that within the opening few laps. So they're flying out of the blocks and just getting on top of that big gear of the tandem. A little bit down on the best schedule of Fiesnoys and Latham as they go absolutely ripping past Matten and Brearley. So it's a tussle for the best time between Fiesnoys and Latham, and McDonald and Archibald. That much is clear. Everybody else is playing second fiddle, really, to these two tandems.
Yeah, and Chris McDonald did enter this championships with a current best time of 4:08. That was with a different pilots and not with John Archibald. But we can clearly see that they are a very dialed pair at the moment. And like you say, John Archibald just coming into being a pilot for Paracycling, but could be a very strong pair going forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if we may have a couple of catches of the team on the other side of the track in this heat, which can be a huge advantage with multiple times getting that aero advantage from the other team on the track when you come in for the catch.
There's not much in it. McDonald and Archibald are very, very close to matching the pace of Fiesnoys and Latham, as it becomes more and more apparent that, barring accident or anything untoward happening, these two tandems are going to be contesting the gold medal match. I don't think that's in any doubt as they catch and pass Matten and Brearley for the second time. And off they go again, absolutely flying. Difference in speed is self-evident there. But, and we said this again, didn't we, earlier on in the afternoon, Alice, they don't need to win this qualifying heat. They don't need to go faster than Fiesnoys and Latham. A little bit of economy of effort now would probably be sensible for Archibald and McDonald.
Yeah, definitely. Just needing to beat the time of Wilkins and Duggleby to make their way into that gold medal ride-off. But like we said before, saving as much energy in the meantime doing that so they can have fresher legs for the final. So a very impressive ride at the moment. Only 0.193 down on Fiesnoys and Latham, so a very strong ride here from two tandem pairings that are quite new to riding with each other.
They've just gone by 0.006 of a second faster now, so not easing up at all. They could probably concede around about 8 seconds and still be comfortably in second place here, but the third catch and pass is made by Archibald, who manoeuvres as that tandem with his rider Chris McDonald on his wheel with consummate looking ease. They're hovering around almost identical pace to Morgan Fiesnoys and Chris Latham. Take the bell, 250 laps to go. They are going to be in the gold medal hunt along with Fiesnoys and Chris Latham. And those two tandems have been very, very closely matched, the one with the other, and in the end, just by a fraction of a second, almost half a second, it's McDonald, piloted by Archibald, who goes fastest in qualifying.
Still 2 more laps for Josh Matten and Snowden Briley. We're still needing to try and set that qualifying time for the fight for the bronze medal final later today.
Well, to beat Caldwell and Elliott, which they have to do if they want to still be in that bronze medal, they've got to get inside 5:21.23, so they should be fine. And it looks to me like Caldwell and Elliott will be bowing out at this point. 5:21.23 the time to beat for Matten and Brearley to be in the hunt for a bronze medal. And they are comfortably going to achieve that.
It's going to be an interesting final later with just 0.464 between McDonald and Fiesnoys as well. And I think, like we said before, they didn't have to win that, they didn't have to go all out, but I do think that the opportunities that these pairs get to do a individual pursuit together is probably not that much, so actually making the most of these opportunities to see what they can do and see where there's improvements, because of course they want to win the title, but they want to build on this potentially towards the next Olympics, so just taking every opportunity to get the best time and result possible.
Yeah, the battle between Fiesnoys and McDonald, piloted by Latham and Archibald, is going to be one to watch. Absolutely nothing to separate the two of them, really. Both tandems will have held a little bit back with the final in mind, but impossible to call. The track will have to decide. But both pairings look fantastic on that tandem, they really do.
Yeah, looking really solid, riding well together, very aero as well, and really good positional discipline. So yeah, really impressive rides from all the teams, of course. Like we said, it's a very difficult thing to do, to ride a tandem, especially at these speeds, and also to be able to be of similar ability in pedalling style and pedalling as well for the different riders, obviously being attached with the same chain.
So we move on to the women's para time trial over a distance of 1 kilometre and focus on Emma Warner, who's going to be first to go. She's a private member. Emma, 21 years of age. Discovered cycling at the age of 16. Inspired in part by the story of Darren Hicks, who was an Australian Paralympic cyclist who she saw when she was scrolling through Instagram and saw his achievement and identified with his story. Darren is also a rider with one leg, having suffered an amputation. Powerful ride here from Emma Warner. So 4 laps of the Manchester Velodrome. Being roared on here. I mean, there is so much technique to admire, but never mind the technique. She's flying around the track. There is a big engine at work here for Emma Warner.
Yeah, definitely, really impressive, and holding a line really well at the bottom of the track as well, which is so difficult to be able to do. Just 2 laps to go now for her. And really pushing on till the line.
Well, she's only really been racing for the last couple of years. It took her around about 6 months to master riding at all, and here she is in 2026 with a tilt at a medal in the time trial. This is a medal match, let's not forget. This is the final, effectively. She takes the bell, Emma Warner, and she's going to set the first time. Still to come, Amelia Cass after her, and Elizabeth Simpson. Let's see what time she posts and what the benchmark is for anyone who wants to try and get that gold medal at the end of the day. 1:41.24. Student at Derby University, studying occupational therapy. All these riders, despite the fact that there are 3 classifications represented here, C1 to 3, actually all these riders in Paralympic classification terms who are competing for the gold in the time trial here are of the same Paralympic classification, C2. Amelia Cass being the next one. After we've seen these 3 athletes competing in the C1 to 3, we will have the lower classifications, C4 to 5 time trial, where we have 4 athletes represented. This is Amelia Cass. much more experienced rider than Emma in terms of her career achievements to date. 26-year-olds, Millie Cass. Has represented Great Britain many times, making her debut for GB back in 2023 at the Paracycling Track World Championships. Individual pursuiter, that is her chosen specialised subject, if you like. The winner of a bronze medal in the time trial on the roads in Glasgow in 2023, and a year later in Zurich, also in the time trial, a world champion bronze medalist racing for Great Britain. Their biggest achievements to date, bronze medals in the individual time trial at the Road Worlds. In the colours of Loughborough Students Cycling Club.
Such a difficult event to be able to judge this one. You can't go out full gas with it being a 1 kilometre effort. Of course, previously would have been 500 metres, which is more of a full gas effort, but this one just having to pace it slightly to have enough left in those last 2 laps, because that's where the speed can really drop off.
Takes the bell, and I think she's going to go faster than Emma Warner. Amelia Cass. Question is by how much. Elizabeth Simpson still to come afterwards, but the rider from Loughborough, time to beat 1:41.24 set by Warner. She goes faster, 1:29.18. Is that going to be enough for gold? Well, Elizabeth Simpson is the only rider now who can deny her that title. Oh, she went deep then, but I think, as you said in commentary earlier, you're not doing it right unless you end the finish a time trial or indeed an individual pursuit right at the ragged edge of what you can do. The stars have to be fizzing around your eyesight, don't they? You have to be right on the limit, otherwise you're not doing it properly.
Exactly, and this is a straight final as well, so nothing needs to be left for any ride that's happening later on today, so leaving everything out on the track.
So Lizzie Simpson, incredibly sporting background. She played hockey for her region and football, and in fact was in the Great Britain under-19 handball team before suffering a stroke which left her paralysed down her left-hand side. And that was while having surgery on a brain tumour that she suffered that stroke. And again, like you often hear with Paralympians, had to learn to walk again. So it's her right side which is dominant here. Not affiliated to a club, a private member. Elizabeth Simpson with the time to beat to deny Amelia Cass of 1:29.18. Getting on top of that big gear. And getting on top of it now. So a very, very assertive start as she gets into that, gets on top of that gear and gets onto her pursuing tempo in this time trial. So 1:29.18, approaching the halfway point. We'll get a sense of what sort of pace she's on. Crowd paying absolute close attention to this contest as she takes the bell. 25 seconds to snatch that gold medal or thereabouts from Amelia Cass in the women's para C1 to 3 time trial national championships. This is going to be the first medal of the afternoon that we're going to see go, but is it going to go to Lizzie Simpson, it is 1:25.54, and that is the fastest time, and the gold medal and the national title and the red, white and blue bands will go to Lizzie Simpson. Average speed of just over 42 kilometres an hour. She celebrates. It took her a while just to gain her breath, I think, before she could actually enjoy the moment. But that was a very, very strong, powerful ride, and clearly she was pushed all the way there by Amelia Cass, who'd produced a very high benchmark. That time of 1:29 took some beating that.
Yeah, getting a good start and just building into that ride, settling down once she had got up to speed and able to just maintain that speed throughout the whole ride. So really strong effort there for her, and a nice national champs jersey for the reward.
So, Elsie Hughes has been riding and racing and enjoying her craft, Yorkshire lass, for as long as anyone can remember, really. She's just 8 years old when she declared her intention to become a champion bike rider. Cyclocross background, and now specialising in velodrome racing. We are into slightly different classifications now, classification 4 and 5. So effectively they are all part of the same race, but in different classifications. Special adaptation made to her bike there. Beautifully aligned. That position is superb on the bike.
It is, and making that changeover really smoothly as well from the outside of the bars to the extensions, now looking to get aero, coming in for 2 laps to go now for her, so halfway through this ride.
Good kit as well, apart from anything else. Like that a lot. Representing the Secret Training CC team. Takes the bell at just over 1 minute. She's going to be the first of these 4 riders in these classifications to post the time, 1:19.21. So Crystal Lane is going to be next. It's a private member. Very experienced, 40 years of age, from Essex. One of the most decorated Paralympians. Inspired almost inevitably in her story by Sarah Story, who she saw competing in the Beijing Olympics in 2008. Crystal Lainwright standing up there and making her way trackside for her machine that's waiting for her. So many silver medals without getting over the line in the Paralympic Games for gold on any occasion, but a silver medalist in Rio in the individual pursuits, and again in Tokyo, where she took a silver medal in the individual pursuit and in the road time trial, and another silver medal in the road race as well, and to add to that as well, a bronze medal from the Rio Olympic Games in the road race. One gold medal in her palmarès, and that was in the 3-kilometre pursuit, and that came at the 2018 Track World Championships in Rio de Janeiro. Graduated from Loughborough University, where she did her masters, and before that the University at Exeter. Sport very much in her blood. Was a very keen footballer in her youth. Now she looks fast to me, Alice.
Yeah, she does. She looks very good, and like you say, Sarah Storer being one of the riders, being one of those riders to get her onto the track. Unfortunately for her, she's also been one of her biggest rivals in those competitions where she has been picking up the silver medals, using it to drive her on, and like you say, has picked up a world championship title previously, but looking really strong here. She hasn't competed in the kilo for a few years now, so looking to set a benchmark time for herself, but also better that time of Elsie Hughes.
It's terrible, isn't it, when your inspiration won't let you win a race? She's up against Sarah Storer, who is pretty much, and has been for the best part of a quarter of a century, unbeatable.
Yeah, very, very strong rider. Likely one of the most decorated Paralympians that there has been, and a very strong rider as well. So Crystal Lane always coming up against her, but looking to take this title today.
And she goes faster, not by much, but she goes faster than Elsie Rice. That's 1:16.63. That's the fastest time to date.
Solid time, and like you say, more of an individual pursuit specialist, but taking the kilo on today.
So next up is Rebecca Newick of the Jaden Glasdon Vive le Velo team, with a multicoloured kit. You can see her there just gathering her thoughts at the top of the screen before making her way to compete. It was her first love, Rebecca Newick's, was cricket, before she needed corrective surgery to her right leg and orthotic treatments, and that was when she discovered cycling, with obviously considerable success. But that's a hard time to beat. Crystal Latham, 40 years of age, has set the benchmark. 4 riders in this classification in the battle for gold. So leading off there, turning the pedals with that right leg with its adaptations. And again, out of the saddle, getting that gear up to speed before sitting down and getting into the aerodynamic position over this short time trial of 1,000 metres. 4 laps of the velodrome, 1 done. She gets into that position now and into the flow. Just a fraction off the pace required, but not much to beat Crystal Latham, which she feels to me like as she gets over the top of this gear, she's really hitting her stride here, so it could be that she's getting a bit faster. 1:16.67 is the benchmark at the moment that could propel her to a gold medal. Newick takes the belt. This is going to be very close indeed. Really good ride, holding nothing back now. And somewhere down in the track centre, Crystal Lainwright will be looking up a little bit anxiously. She's got under 10 seconds there to get to the line. Into the home straight now with 4 seconds to spare. It's going to be very tight on the line, I think. Just. Wow, we'll have to wait for that, but that looks like it's 1/100th of a second faster to me. Unless it's rounded up or down. I think she takes it. Once it could not have been closer. There we go. 0.038 of a second. Drops Crystal Lainwright down to second place, and 1 rider still to come. Oh, sorry, Crystal Lainwright holds on. Got that wrong. Quite critically, I've got that the wrong way round. I do apologise. Crystal Lainwright holds on by just that split second. That was very close, Alice.
It was very close, just dying off on the last lap there. We could see she was starting to slow down, starting to struggle. Crystal managed to just hold her pace to the line and not lose too much on that last lap, which is something that we would expect from a rider who does prefer an individual pursuit, just being able to hold that pace for a little bit longer.
Kadina Cox is the final athlete going to be competing in this classification in the time trial. Multi-talented athlete with a long history of competing as an athletics athlete, so to speak, for which she represented Great Britain in the 2016 Paralympic Games. From Leeds, Yorkshire woman, Kadina Cox. Winner of a gold medal in this discipline in those Rio Games, as well as the 100 metres T38 sprint, in which she won a bronze medal. So massively talented, huge range, multi-skilled. Kadina Cox is going to be a threat to Crystal Lainwright, the last rider off. And that's a huge gear that she's turning there.
Yeah, a massive gear from Kadina Cox, a much sprintier type of rider, so we'll be able to ride a bigger gear, try and get on top of it, and once she is on top of it, we'll try and use that momentum from the gear that she is riding as well.
Getting warm encouragement from the crowd at the side of the track here. And over this relatively short distance of just 1,000 metres, as you described her, a sprintier type, a more anaerobic effort. But this is the kind of range that she can just about hold on for. 1,000 metres time trial just falls within her capacity, her capability.
She was on top of the gears. She is starting to slow down now, and this is where we did see Crystal Lane. She was really able to continue to build on that time. So
she's got a couple of seconds in hand, though, or she did when she took the bell, and now that's 1.5 seconds. So it's going to be tight. If she does win, it's not going to be much more than just a fraction of a second, I don't think. In the end, it's very close, but she does do it by 0.233 of a second. So Kadina Cox takes that gold medal. But Alice, if that race had been 50 metres longer, I think she would have lost it.
yeah, definitely. We saw that was all won in the first lap or two of the race, getting on top of the gear quicker and just dying off towards the end, whereas we saw Crystal Lainwright build into her ride a little bit more. So the speed's completely different at both ends of that ride for the two riders, but we could see with it finishing much closer.
So a national champion, another one has been decided. Kadina Cox takes the C4 up to 5 time trial women's paracycling title. Which almost brings us to the end of our afternoon's action. What have we got left? One third race in the men's sprint quarterfinals. That's still to come. And then two... No, we're done then, aren't we? That's the last race of the afternoon, I think.
So,
So this is the remaining issue to be decided in the men's sprint quarterfinals. And it's the tussle between these two competitors who have been very, very close. And it is too close to call, this one. The toss of a coin, although it's anything but the toss of a coin. There's a lot of science to this, a lot of tactic. Archie Gill and Joe Truman. Truman with the beard, the bigger of the two riders. Archie Gill just breathing out. You could hear that exhale of air from the echoing around the velodrome there as he tries to just calm the nerves. One apiece. Winner takes all in this final match sprint between these two.
Joe Truman did technically win that last race, but was relegated because of a move he did make going down into the sprinters line. So having to come into the third ride here, which is not something sprinters want to have to do. Of course, it does mean that there's more opportunity if you are trying to bring it back. But yeah, like I say, Joe Truman making a slight mistake in the previous ride to have to bring it to the third.
Yeah, and psychologically, Alice, that's got to play to his advantage. The fact that, yes, he had that result overturned by the commissaires for an infringement, but on the other hand, he knows deep down that he got over the line ahead of Joe Truman. Truman on the front here with Gill just darting down, teasing him a little bit and then committing to that racing line. Truman just allows him to take that line, sits back down, flicks around a little bit again, almost inviting the commissaires to have another look at him, and Gill with a little bit of a gap now to Truman. Total commitment here from Gill. He's only got one plan, and that's to get to the line before Truman, and he's going to do it as well. So Archie Gill back from the dead in this particular match between these two. Lost the first of the races, but turns table on Joe Truman, and he will go through at the expense of Joe Truman, who will look back, I think, at that second race with a great deal of self-criticism at the end of the day. But Gill won that brilliantly.
He did. It did look like Joe Truman there may have had some sort of mechanical issue coming round that bend, but it didn't look like he was going to get around him anyway, and a really strong finish from Mike Gill. So we can just see something from Joe Truman with a wobble up the track and almost not able to control the bike there.
That moment there, it just goes yeah, there.
So yeah, I'm not sure what that was. It looked like it could have been a puncture, but I don't think it was. So it's something to look out for him and his bike.
Well, no doubt about the winner this time, and no need for the commissaires to get involved either. Archie Gill wins the only one of the quarterfinals in the men's sprint that went to a third and decisive race.
Well, this first session of the day does get into draw to advise you to, of course, have the medal ceremonies.
We've got the medal ceremonies still to come, but in terms of racing for this afternoon, that's your lot.
Shortly, of course, those champion jerseys will be presented as well. And I'm going to take you on a little behind the scenes look as well at what's happening here.
While we wait for the medal ceremony, just a little reminder of what we've got coming up this evening. We've got the women's Para B sprints final. The men's sprint semi-finals then, these warriors back in action this evening. The women's team sprint finals. Individual pursuit for the men's Para B. We've got the men's scratch race final. Individual pursuit in the men's Para B will come to its conclusion. And then we've got the women's individual pursuit finals. We've got the elimination race in the men's Para C. And lots of medals will be handed out this evening. So 2 medals ceremonies, and in the women's Paracy time trial events, in the 2 different sets of classifications, starting with the women's Paracy 1 to 3. There were only 3 entrants in that particular race, which means that they will only be awarding a gold and a silver medal, no bronze medal. Which I suppose is the reasonable thing to do, isn't it, Alice? Always feels a bit harsh, though, doesn't it? But there you go.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but down to the regulations, making it, I guess, maybe fair, that you can't just enter a race and pick up a medal if there is only 3 of you, but of course, difficult when there aren't enough entries for it.
So in the purple kit of the Loughborough Students CC, Amelia Cass, looking pretty pleased with her silver medal.
In the first place, the winner of the gold medal and your national champion,
but this was a particularly impressive performance from Lissy Simpson, who takes gold and will take that jersey that no one can take away from her. British national champion. A little bit of intricate zip work there. No pressure. Normally that all gets done at the back, doesn't it, of the podium jersey? You normally have your special podium jersey that zips up at the back.
Yeah, or sometimes just over the head, which may have been a little bit easier for today.
There we go. We got there in the end. Lissy Simpson won't mind. The medal is hers, the jersey is hers, the title is hers, and deservedly so.
Please put your hands together for your national championship medalists.
Emma Warner, of course, being the other athlete who, given the small field of just 3 riders, misses out on the bronze medal, but did finish in 3rd place, did qualify, did take part, and posted her time that was ultimately beaten first by Amelia Cass and then by Lissy Simpson, who went off last. What have you done with your British national champion jerseys, Alice? They're looking like you've got no idea. Are they in a plastic bag somewhere in the attic?
No, I've got a few jerseys hung up in one of the spare bedrooms with some of Ollie's European and World jerseys as well. So
It's not a bad collection between the pair of you.
we do look after them.
So this is the last medal of the afternoon. Just 2 medals that we've seen decided in the other time trial for athletes classified C4 to 5. Bronze medal going to Rebecca Newark of the Jaden Glasdon powered by Vive le Velo team.
In 2nd place, the winner of the silver medal
Her time of 1 minute 16 seconds, 0.668. This was a very close competition all round. In second place, Crystal Lane Wright was just a couple of hundredths of seconds faster than Rebecca Newark, but was beaten in the end by 1.3 seconds or thereabouts in a time of 1:15.381. Kadina Cox takes the victory and takes the red, white and blue bands. And I think I'm right in saying we'll also take to the start list of the sprint competition, where she will be racing against the likes of Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant, etc. Certainly a provisional and early start list I saw indicated that. It was an interesting ride that she did to take that victory. She hit out, as her physiology suggests, incredibly hard, and then had to hang on for grim death just to protect her advantage that she'd built up over the opening couple of laps, and it was very, very tight towards the end. But she got it bang on and holds aloft the Manchester B trophy. Kadina Cox grinning from ear to ear, a national champion of Great Britain. Right, well, that's it for the afternoon from the Manchester Velodrome. We will be back with action when it resumes, and the first race is due to start at 6:30 this evening. So, about 2 3/4 hours' time, we'll be back here in Manchester with more of the action. Before that, though, hopefully we can get a little bit of reaction from some of the riders who were involved in the action, to get their thoughts. It's all very well what we say about it up here in the commentary position. Getting their thoughts is of much more importance. And it looks like Lissy Simpson is being shepherded over to the interview position, so hopefully we can hear from her any second now.
Yeah. Great, congratulations, national champion. How does that sound, and how did they go for you?
Yeah, I can't believe it really. I'm glad to retain the champion, to be that champ again. I broke my ankle in October, so I wasn't really putting much expectation on today, so I'm pretty chuffed to have come away with the win.
Fantastic.
Yeah, really.
Talk us through the race today. What were your tactics and how did it go?
Well, I actually haven't done a kilo since last year, so it was just kind of try and put everything together from the training. We've done a lot, in terms of trying to practice the starts and just string it all together. So I just thought, got nothing to lose, put it all out there and do my best that I can. So that's what I did.
Fantastic. Well, it certainly worked well. So, given what you said about being injured, what does this result say about where you are at the moment and what's next for you coming up this year?
Yeah, I guess never give up. I guess if you get knocked down, just jump back up again. I hope, I'm excited for more racing opportunities and to see what comes next. I guess I've got the roads onto the road season next, so we've got national championships and then the World Cups in Belgium. So looking forward to that and trying my hardest to get back up to form, I guess. So yeah.
Great. Well, congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, really pleased.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The programme ahead for Lissy Simpson. She said defending her national title. Didn't know that about her broken bone, I must admit. That's adds another dimension to what she's just achieved. Coming back from that, clearly a very resilient athlete. It's not much, is it?
Much for a broken ankle, especially to get back to this level as well. So yeah, a great ride from her.
Well, the crowd making their way out of the velodrome. They'll be back in large numbers. It'll be Friday night at the Manchester Velodrome, where we'll pick up, hopefully, where we left off. Been a great start. Do join us for more action at around about 6:30 this evening.